Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little painting studio. We are gonna make something beautiful today. Are you ready? All right, so we started this Neapolitan ice cream yesterday and we did pretty good. We got all of these base coats down in and got all of the major shapes blocked out. And that's actually really great for me for the first day on something like this. So this is a 16 by 12. We're working in acrylic, in case you haven't been here before. And I work in lots of layers, so I don't work from left to right. I don't try to finish section by section. I kind of work over the whole thing and work from back to front as best I can. Sometimes I go a little bit back and forth. But what we're going to do today is just keep refining everything. Usually something this size will take me about 40-ish hours to get it to look really realistic. And we're aiming for something like this. We're going to aim for, this is one of my finished paintings. And looks pretty realistic. And here's another one. So we finished these ones in the last week or so. And so we're going to try to bring this one, which looks very rough right now, up to that level. So how do we do that? We do that by layering, or at least we cross our fingers and we hope that we do. So I have right here, this is my reference photo. So I took it in my kitchen yesterday, and I keep it on my iPhone, as I've mentioned before, because it allows me to easily move the image around and also to generally work at a 1-to-1 scale, which is a lot easier for me, makes a lot less work for my brain. So I try to work at a 1-to-1 scale. There's a lot of reasons why I use my phone, so you'll see me use it all the time, and I will explain this a billion times. But one thing that I did this morning before I came on here today is I went ahead and I fixed a little bit of this shape, because usually when I take my images, if I have anything that I really want to adjust, because as I mentioned yesterday, this was not actually pink, even though the ice cream on the container said it was strawberry, but it was not actually pink. So I did have to go into Photoshop and make my reference image a little bit pink over here. But because I was rushed, because I was in a hurry, I didn't take enough time to really look at this shape and figure out if it was balanced or not. And so I pride myself a lot on whether or not my paintings are balanced. And what I mean by that is I try actually very, very aggressively to center my paintings on the panel, so much as I actually take a tape measure and make sure that the center of, in this case, my ice cream cone falls right in the center here, and that these edges are roughly the same size as each other. So I actually use a physical tape measure. I do it in Photoshop as well, but I do use a physical tape measure just to make sure that I'm still on par with that. Do the same thing a little bit. You know, it starts to get a little bit wonky as you go up the sides, but I still aim for balance. And what was happening in this original image, usually I would warp the image to make it feel a little bit more balanced, but because I was rushed, I didn't get to do that, and I didn't realize it until later on. So if I look at an image and I kind of go like this, like I want it to pull in one direction for me, then I know I need to adjust it. So what I did is I went in here, I actually cut back this shape a little bit with white, and I added a little bit more to this arc up here. So I changed the shape essentially of the scoop just a little bit to accommodate my OCD of wanting everything to be as perfectly balanced as I can get it. So we have I think a much better shape here. I could have made do with this. It could have been fine. I don't know if anybody would notice but me, but I wanted to change the shape. So fix this up here, squish this up here. So I cut this back into white. I'm much happier with this shape. I might still have to do some tweaks to it, but it's a good start for now. So I'm going to take a look at this, and I am just going to enlarge this and see what I want to do next. So I think that what I'm going to do, you'll notice a lot if I want to see if I have my little brush here that I'm looking for. So many brushes. And I don't know where the one I want is. Oh, there it is. All right, so I'm going to take this little brush, and I'm actually going to glaze one thin pink layer over this part. And I'm going to do that because I want to make sure that I have enough depth in this whole thing to be able to bring out the levels of it and increase the form, the shape, the implication of the shape, because everything in my paintings is always flat. But to do that, I'm just going to take some red. This is just cadmium red. And I'm going to take some white. So we're making like kind of a hot pink color. This is the only red I've used so far in this section, is just this, this cadmium red. So I just want it to be a nice deep pink color. And what I want is, this is a glaze. Everything that I do has lots of acrylic glaze in it, in all the levels. But in this particular case, I want this glaze to be really, really thin. So I'm going to put a lot of my acrylic glaze in here because I want it to just be this very thin coat. And my goal is to try to cover up these pasty areas. So I'm still going to, you know, be able to see all of these shapes that I've formed here with this lighter area and darker area. But the glaze will help to kind of unify things a little bit and then give me much more room to be able to bring out my highlights and even to go into my shadows. So again, I really try, and sometimes it happens, but I really try to avoid pastiness in my paintings. And I do think that's really easy to do, especially if you're building up layers of lighter colors over top with lots of white mixed into it. It's very easy to make things pasty. So what I'll do is essentially knock things backwards a little bit and then rebuild my layers, paying attention to the structure that I already have in there of where these shapes fall. So this just gives me a lot more room to play around. So I'm just doing this very, very thin. It's very, very thin. So when I say that, I mean, you know, the paint itself, sure, it's thin. But what I mean is the color is very thinned out by using lots of acrylic glaze. So we're just going in here. And then when I come back later, after this has dried, you'll be able to see that it's much better. So like this area in particular, this little drip here, I want to make sure that I have enough of this pink color here so that when I go back and try to create these highlights, I can build out the form. If I start with everything too light at the beginning, it doesn't give me enough room to be able to build out those shapes well enough. So it kind of looks a little wonky at the early stages, but eventually it gets there. So we just have to be a little bit patient. And that's always tough in art, right? Because you have this vision in your head and you're like, why can't I just make it? But you have to be a little bit patient. All right, so we're almost done with this section. And then just like all the others, we have to just let it dry. So that's how I work. Again, if you haven't been here before, if you haven't watched one of my videos, I work section by section over and over, bounce all the way around my painting and back and forth again. And eventually it starts to come together. So that's my process. This morning when I reshaped this, I also took my little stipply brush and I started to make a layer in here that started to unify this and started to cover up some of these rougher brush strokes that I had under here. So you can see that best right up in this area, where you can see some of that dark color actually still peeking through, but some of it has been covered up by this kind of like a dull yellow layer in here. So this is giving me a lot of room to work to be able to bring up my layers. And that's really most of what we're going to be doing today is layering. But I am going to flip this upside down right now because I can still see that a little bit in here, even though I have a pretty good start, I don't really think that I need one more glaze at least in here, because if you look on my reference image, this really has kind of a bluish green tint to it. And that's not something I was able to achieve yet in here. And I think part of the reason is I use a couple different blues and I use a couple different reds. They each serve different purposes. But when I look at this, I think that I need to use my second blue, and I've only used my first. So this gives me a nice warm undertone, but I think I need to go use this really bright blue here. So this is called phthalo blue, and it is a red shade. There's a red shade and a green shade, and again, they serve different purposes. And that looks really, really bright, right? Like I don't want to put that on there, certainly, but I can dull that down with a little bit of cadmium red. So if you use something that's opposite of a color on a color wheel, then you will inevitably dull it down. I also don't want that to be so dark. So I am going to put a little bit of white in there. I'm going to just do a little bit more red. And I won't know if this works until I try it, because unlike what you might think, I don't always get it right on the first shot. I'm very much a experimental artist, and so I keep trying various things. But you know what? That's how I learned. That's how I learn, and it's still how I learn. I try different things. I see what works. I stick with that, and you know. And again, I want this to be nice and light, and I say light as in thin, so thinned out with my glazing medium. But I just want to start to get a nice sense of the color that I'm going to, essentially the color that I'm going to paint over. So again, working in layers, it's a little bit different. I'm a little, you know, a little odd man out in terms of how I paint, but I like the layering. I feel like it makes things ultimately come out a lot more beautiful and a lot more realistic. It's QP or QPie. I'm sorry. Did I say QPly yesterday? Oh my gosh, my eyes are bad. So nice to see you again. I hope you are having a lovely day and practicing with my flow star. So I will be lurking. So nice. Perfect. Welcome again. So nice to see you back, QPie. And yes, you are welcome to lurk as long as you want. I'm so glad you're here working on something. That's what I'm hoping for, that people come in and they just work on their own stuff. So very, very cool. I appreciate it. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm taking this, and this is again just kind of a weird glaze, but it's this very bright blue with a little bit of yellow and my cadmium red, which dulls it down. And I'm using a lot of acrylic glazing medium. And so again, I have all my basic shapes underneath here, but I'm just putting this very thin glaze over it, which gets the color more correct for me. But it's so thin that I can still see everything that I'm working on. It is pronounced QP. First was right. Oh, Q. Say it one more time, or tell me one more time. QP. They are like cherub babies designed in the early 1900s by artist Rose O'Neill. There's also a Japanese mayo called Kewpie mayo. Oh, Kewpie. Is it Kewpie? Oh, Kewpie. Oh gosh. All right, Kewpie. Got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, we'll get it right from now on then, Kewpie. Thank you so much. All right, so I'm just gonna thin this out even a little bit more. I just kind of want to taper this off here because I don't want to bring it all the way up. Yes, good. And now I'm gonna add a little bit of yellow to this and a little bit more of my red, because in this area, this is a little bit different. It's delicious if you ever find it. Interesting. Our nice rich flavor compared to mayo. Interesting. I will have to look for that. So that's why you like that doll series from Sean Barber yesterday, because it's like Kewpie dolls. I get it. I get it. I'm a little slow, but I get it. All right. So what this is doing is just kind of, again, it's unifying everything, and it gives me more room to bring out my highlights and to work back in with some of the deeper areas that I want, but it gives it a lot more visual interest. It's kind of weird, you know, working in glazes is a little bit weird. It's a different thought process. Hey, Miss Gray, nice to see you. How are you doing today? I think you went to see a movie last weekend, right? I think that's what you told me. They also use it a lot in tattooing. My dream is to find one of the original dolls. Oh, are they expensive? I don't really know. So this is just, you know, like I said, it's a different thought process. It's like instead of mixing colors directly, I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing, Miss Gray? I am doing well. I am doing well. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that you're doing good too. It's a different thought process for you know, than maybe what's traditional for art. Um, so instead of thinking about, you know, how to mix colors directly, I think about how they interact with each other when they're laying on top of each other. So it's a little bit different, but in the end, I feel like it ends up making things a lot more realistic. Thanks so much, Miss Gray. If it's your first time here, welcome. My name is Kim, and I am a full-time painter, and I am new to Twitch, but my husband thought that it would be a nice idea if I opened up my metaphorical studio door and just kind of showed people what I do. And I think it's a really nice place to come and just work on your own stuff and, you know, hang out, talk to each other, talk to me, listen to my weirdo stories. And yeah, we can all learn a little bit from each other. Like I said, I think that a lot of artists don't get to see each other in real life, and uh, it's nice to bounce ideas off each other and to just see what other people are working on. All right, so I'm again going to switch up my color just a little bit for these little darker shadows. And again, I'm going to go over all of this again. But you can see these little shadows in here are a little bit more yellow. And then I don't want it to be super bright. So again, I'm going to dull it down with a tiny bit of red. And again, my reds serve different purposes. But in this particular case, this red is cadmium red, and that helps me to dull this down. There's a really good article that you can find online if you're interested in learning more about kind of the color theory that I adapted, which is to have two color wheels, essentially. And so you can go Google it. It is the Dual Color Wheel Theory by Professor Stephen Knutson. He is from Savannah College of Art and Design, and he wrote this article for me when I worked at an art magazine many years ago. And it was something that I didn't use right away because I really wasn't a painter back then, but it is definitely something that I use every day now. So, and you know, I think I adapted it a little bit from what his original publication is, but the idea of it is, I think, much more practical. So, all right, so let's flip this around, see how we're doing. There we go, much better. All right, so we have these very kind of like 4 distinct areas on the ice cream cone. Here, 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 and here. And this is really just the shadow of the vanilla. But we're going to let that dry again. And let's do something fun, because now we're at a stage where everything kind of has its layers on it. And we're going to do something fun. So let's see here. I think I want to go into my chocolate area. And so this has a nice warm base to it, but it doesn't look very dimensional. Everything looks very flat right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my rough stipply brush, and I am going to create a color that starts to bring out this form, and I'm essentially going to dab it all over in a rotating motion. Sounds complicated, right? It's not, but it's a little delicate. And like I said, I do not always get things right the first time. So we just kind of have to experiment. So this was cadmium red. We used that one for this other color mix. And that has been the base that we've used so far. We have not used yet this red, which is my bright red. And this is called pyrrole red. And so I'm going to put some of that. We're essentially going to make a bright reddish brown. And I'm going to mix it with some yellow. And I'm going to mix it with, again, some of this bright blue. And I'm just going to go back and forth a little bit until I feel like I have a right color. And again, sometimes that's something that I'm not going to know right away until I apply it. But I don't mind that experiment. It's kind of my process. So let's just see what happens. All right, so I'm going to put just a tiny bit of white into this. And we've got kind of this, kind of like a burnt orange almost. And let's just see. How do I feel about that? I think that that will actually be okay. So this is only going to be the next layer. It's not going to be the final layer. So I'm going to mix in some of my medium. And again, what I do is, the trick to this, which I found by accident, but the trick to this is to apply it with this rough brush and rotate the brush as I go. And by doing that, I'm just going to blow this up a little bit so I can see. By doing that, I create kind of this randomized pattern that starts to mimic the textures of ice cream, or, you know, other things, other food items in particular, but the textures of the ice cream. And again, I'm going to apply probably 2 to 3 more layers that get gradually lighter as I go. So I'm not applying this everywhere. But what I want is to be able to see some of that darkness come through this new layer. So this layer is going to essentially show through this layer. And part of that is because my paint is translucent, and part of that is because I'm not dabbing this everywhere. I want this nice randomized pattern where I can see all of these pieces. But yes, I figured this out. Oh, what was this nice comment here? Carl's Jr. Thank you so much. QP showed me your channel. You're incredible. Oh, that's so kind. I really appreciate that. You're so nice. All right, we're just gonna keep dabbing, because I want to do this before my paint dries. But that's so nice, Carl's Jr. I really appreciate that. We're hopefully going to take this one to a really nice level today. And it's not, like I said, it doesn't look like much right now. But you got to trust the process, I promise. Oh, I love my shirt too. Thank you. I got this from a nice company called, I believe it's called T Public. I think that's what it's called. but they have artists. Essentially, all of their products are created by artists, so it's a little bit like a Reddit. But I would encourage anybody to go over and check out their stuff because they have a lot of really nice stuff over there. And I like to support other artists. So, all right, we're just going to keep dabbing. So you have to be able to, in doing it this way. And again, everybody does something different, right? So if you like watching me do this, that's cool. If you don't want to implement this in your art methods, that's okay too. Everybody does their own thing. And you just have to kind of pick and choose what's going to work for you. So not everything is going to work for you. And so, you know, there were a lot of things that I researched back in the day, and things that I kept and things that I didn't. So you just have to find your own path. But I do have to, you know, I'm going to try to add at least a couple more layers to the chocolate today after this dries, and hopefully to the rest of the painting too. So I really hope that we're going to make really good progress on this today. I'm hopeful. I'm crossing my fingers. But yeah, this method of doing this, I figured out a number of years ago when I was trying to paint a giant strawberry sundae, and it had frosted glass, and I couldn't figure out how to do that. And so I started out by initially trying to paint every little speck of the glass, which was insane. And then I found my little rough brush, and I thought it was one that I would have thrown away before that. And so found my little rough brush, and I thought, what if I just dabbed it? What if I just tried to stipple? And sure enough, it worked. And I learned over the years then if I do this in layers, it actually works really well to create a lot of different kinds of implied textures. So, all right, that was pretty good. I'm going to come down and just do a little bit in this area and a little bit in this area. And this isn't so bad down here. This is really not going to show up there. And then I'm going to go ahead and switch, and I'm going to work on this. We're going to work on the vanilla layer next because I did start that today. I'll clean off the brush. And give me just a second. I'll mix up a color. All right. So what I want, this color is essentially a yellow and white and some colors to dull it down in there. I want to make it a little bit brighter than what this layer is. So I'm going to take white and yellow and a little bit of my bright red. And a little bit of this blue. Just going to do the same thing. Ready? Okay. So yeah, we have this nice color, and it's just a little bit lighter than the colors underneath, but it's enough that it's helping me to create form. And again, I'm trying not to put this everywhere. I don't want it to be everywhere. I just want to use it very judiciously. Keeping in mind my reference and the way that I adjusted the shape of my ice cream this morning. So it really does help to start to bring out the form. So if you can think of it kind of like this is like a sphere, right? It's just a sphere that has texture to it, or the appearance of texture. So what I'm trying to do then is to build up what I think is that implied texture by considering how the light is hitting it, where the shadows are being cast, and what the colors are. That sounds like a lot, huh? So we're actually going to do something similar in here as well, but I'm going to use a slightly different color. So I don't want to, I'm going to put a little bit over here, but I don't want to go in and use exactly the same color because that wouldn't be accurate, but because we're in a shadow area now. And if I feel like I've got a little bit of anywhere that I didn't mean to hit, then I just take a little bit of medium on a different brush and I clean it up. So don't use water. If you just kind of, if you are working in acrylics, if you just kind of avoid water with the exception of cleaning your brush, then you will undoubtedly have, if nothing else, a very structurally sound painting. So that is a big reason why I like to have just the medium, and I only use water to clean my brush. So when we get to this part, it's gonna be fun. So we're gonna do that next. Is my definition of fun weird? I don't know. Some things I find fun that I think most people might find kind of boring, but I like them. So I think it's fun. I think it's fun to bring something to life. I think it's fun to make something beautiful. So that's why I'm here. And again, you know, work in layers, but I always go back and forth, right? So as I go in and I start to refine places, I'm going to have to go back into the shadows and refine those more. So it's not completely from back to front, it's just primarily from back to front. So again, this is an area, and I just want you to watch while I do this. So this is a super complicated area down here, right? Your attention to detail is truly incredible. It must take so much patience. Thanks so much. It's just a lot of practice, I guess. Just a lot of practice, but you have always been a detail person. I'm just going to show you here. This would be pretty impossible to paint, right? This would be very impossible. But if I put this dark layer down here and I have this other that's slightly lighter, now I'm going to go in and I'm just going to kind of gently bump it around the area. And what it does is I can still see some of that shadow, and I'm still going over this other area that has a lighter color, but it takes some of that super complexity out that you'd have to do if you were really trying. And it's not something that I think that you can do by blending paint. So, you know, I like to think that makes my work a little bit special because I figure out tricks. I figure out tricks that help me to make something that looks pretty realistic in the end, but that um, that doesn't have, you know, it doesn't force me to go in and drive myself crazy doing things. Now, like I am very detailed. I certainly do lots of details and I use lots of tiny brushes. But this step, this this was something that baffled me for a long time. Like, how do I get it to look right? Because I would struggle. I would struggle with it, trying to get texture to have form, if that makes sense. Angelic Cipher, getting my sweet tooth fixed by watching this. Thanks so much. That's very nice. Yes, well, you know what? It's nice and hot this weekend. It's a holiday, right? So go eat some ice cream. You're entitled. We're all entitled once in a while. Um, that is okay. I cannot be held responsible for how much ice cream people eat when they see my stuff. Go enjoy yourself. Truth be told, I don't actually eat that much junk food. I paint junk food, but I don't actually eat that much. The only one that I really ate was this one. I ate this this bar before I painted it because I had to, right? Because the bites are taken out of the top. So, you know, science and all that. So, so yeah, I did have to eat that one. But the rest of these, I photograph the references and then I sadly throw them away. Otherwise, I'd be 300 pounds. So we're just going in, and again, this is a gradual buildup of the layers. Sometimes you don't actually have to even switch your color. I came in the other day with with the Anna Luminous raid, but did not follow fast enough to say hi before you ended the stream. Oh, well, that's very nice. I'm so glad you came back. Thank you. I think we adjusted that because that was causing some issues for some people. So yes, apologies for that, but we did adjust it, I think, so that people can comment sooner. So my husband is the tech guy. He has set this up for me, which was very nice. All right, so we're doing pretty good. Can't complain on this right now. I want to kind of feather these edges. So because I don't blend my acrylics, I like to feather things out where I can. And basically what I do is I will let that layer dry, then I'll do a layer back and then forth again. So you're familiar with being the tech in the house. Gotcha. There's got to be one. There's got to be one in every house, I think. All right, so I'm gonna let that dry. I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna see if I can start to fix this area a little bit in here and here. To do that, I'm gonna flip this upside down. Sometimes that helps me to see things a little bit more objectively. So as I said, I don't want to use this same bright color that I've started to put in here. And again, we're coming back with layers. But what I want to do is try to make one that's a little bit darker, but that still uses my bright colors, if that makes sense. So I'm still going to use my yellow, my pyrrole red, and my my phthalo blue. And I'm going to try. Again, we cross our fingers and we hope that we get it right. I'm gonna try to just make a color. Oh, too much. Too much blue. Phthalo blue goes so far. You rarely need very much phthalo blue, so sometimes I do overdo it. But yeah, I don't have a book for mixing these colors. I just do it by sight. And like I said, sometimes I get it right pretty early on, and sometimes it takes me a few tries. So this is getting much closer, and this looks like a weird color, right? But my hope is that essentially it will be able to work over this area. So again, I think about things working in layers. We're just going to give it a shot, see how it looks. Yeah, I don't hate that. All right, so we're going to do the same thing over here. And what I want, again, is to not cover up all of my paint. I just want to judiciously use this to try to let some of those colors underneath poke through, and to be aware of how the colors interact with each other. And it helps to, I really don't like to have brush strokes be seen. See all these rough little brush strokes in here? So I don't like that. And so this is part of the reason why I also do this, is I really like that it helps to unify everything and hide my brush strokes. So again, I'm kind of weird that way. And I really don't like brush strokes in my paintings. But I don't know if you can see that that dark layer interacting with this light layer actually remarkably looks like this. And so that's my goal. It's weird. And like I said, everybody's different, so you certainly don't have to use colors the way that I do. But I just think that it, for me, I guess I've trained my brain to work this way. Both in terms of the colors and then also the appearance of textures, and to also hide my brush strokes, like I said. But sometimes you don't actually, I was saying this earlier, I think I cut myself off. Sometimes you don't actually have to mix new colors. Sometimes just layering the same color twice will be enough to help you bring out certain parts to a much brighter level, or darker, depending on your goals. And I'm gonna actually, I think I need to make this darker in here. So I'm wondering if this, yeah, still got a little bit of this paint that's still wet from earlier. I'm gonna take a little bit of my cadmium red just to make it a little darker right in here. A little bit of yellow because it's not exactly the same everywhere. It's kind of weird with, you know, I did this really gigantic painting last year that was like 5 feet tall. And so it was a giant fudge ripple ice cream cone. And I say I did it last year, but in reality, it took me 2 years. It took me 2 years to paint. And the reason was it was so big. And I've done a number of big paintings, but never one quite that big. It was so big that it always felt very daunting every time I tried to paint it. And so I'd have to like do a little bit and then leave and come back. And the reality was, like, I had given up on it at a few points. But when I finally came back to it that last time, it really only took me like, you know, an extra 40 hours. That sounds like a lot, but for me, not so much for something that size. It really only took me like an extra 40 hours. That was something I could have pushed through. And I say that because my paintings look weird up until the end. So something like this will be 40 hours overall. And it'll probably look weird until maybe, I hope, the end of the day today or tomorrow. And so I am hoping, maybe if I get really lucky, that I can push through and try to finish this tomorrow by the end of my stream. I may not be able to, but yeah, I've just learned that I have to trust the process. I have to trust that eventually it's going to get me there, even if it looks funky early on. I want to make sure that I go in and try very hard to, again, I say I have to find landmarks. I have to try to pay attention to my shapes in here. And I want to find landmarks because it's very easy, especially when you're doing something like this, right? It's very easy to get lost. These are a lot of complicated shapes, a lot of complicated things going on. I want to make sure I know exactly what I'm doing so that I don't run amok. And so I look for my landmarks, things that I know are clearly identifiable shapes, even in this mass of, you know, craziness, so that I know where I'm going. That's probably a good metaphor for life, right? Who knew that I was such a philosopher? So I'm doing pretty good here. Let's turn it back around. Much, much better. All right. So our choices at this point, because we want to still give our chocolate and our vanilla time to dry. And so our choices are to move to the strawberry or to move to the foam. And so I think I'll just move to the strawberry. Should be fun too. And so I'm going to do a very similar-ish thing. And then after that, I'm actually going to come in with, these have a little bit more of the solid white, light pink shapes in them. I can see them under here. But first, I'm going to go in with a lighter pink over the whole thing to try to bring out some of that texture, especially like in this area right here, but also in these other places too. And then I'll put the other white on top of it, or light pink over top of it. So I want to make sure my brush doesn't have anything on it, because if I try to use anything with this green while I'm trying to create a pink, that will neutralize it and it will not be as bright. So let's go in with a light pink. I think I'm still going to stick, in this case, with my cadmium red. I'm just going to take a little bit of cadmium red. So this is what this is doing by me sticking with the cadmium red as opposed to jumping straight to this really bright red, is this is going to allow me, again, more room to build subsequent layers, because now I can put this layer in to build it up a little bit, and then I can go in with my next layer that has this other red over here, which will be brighter. So again, I tried really hard to avoid pastiness, and I try to give myself enough room, knowing that I'm going to probably have, you know, somewhere between 6 and 12 layers of paint everywhere. All right, let's see here. Acrylic has something known as color shift, which means that it's going to dry slightly darker than when you put it down. There are brands of acrylic that avoid color shift, but I don't tend to like them. personally. But you know, if you have a difficult time with color shift, you might want to look for those brands. Um, but I've just learned to be aware of it. And also when I mix the medium into my paint, yeah, that's much better. When I mix the medium into my paint, that also makes everything suddenly look a lot brighter slash whiter for a moment, and then that will dry translucent. So it won't ultimately be quite as bright as this is that I just applied here. But this gives us a nice textural base or appearance. I keep saying texture. It's not texture. It's the appearance of texture. But it gives us a nice appearance of texture in the base so that I can then go in and start to refine the details and keep building up my layers. So this is good. This just kind of helps to unify things, kind of hide some of my, messy brush strokes under here, gives it a little bit of texture, and again, gives me a foundation for the later parts of the painting. But really, we're only about, an hour in today. I did like an hour or so this morning, and we did roughly 4 or 5 hours yesterday. So that's not so bad, actually. And again, I'm not going over the whole thing, just trying to use it a little judiciously. Taper it off into some of the areas. So I think it's looking pretty good, actually. Again, if I need to, I can go in and just either with another rough brush, or in this case, I'm just going to take this one, and I'm just going to kind of dab it with a little bit of medium. And that will help to soften that transition. I hope everyone is having a nice, peaceful day and that you are finding this a little bit relaxing. That's my goal. As again, I said, I'm going to be doing this anyway. I would be sitting here painting anyway. So if it's peaceful and enjoyable for y'all to tune in and watch, then I am a happy camper. This reminds me, I used to have, I don't think you can see it right now, but up here on my wall, actually, I have a bunch of strawberry shortcake figures, some of which were mine. They're the little PVC ones. Some of which were mine when I was a kid, and some of which my husband bought for me. And so I have them actually in an old printer drawer that we turned into a shelf, essentially, that hangs on the wall. And so, so each of the little figures fits inside each of the little drawers in the printer drawer. But I mentioned that because I also used to have, I still have it actually upstairs, but I had these strawberry shortcake figures that were larger, and they came with her little house. And I remember there is a toy that goes with it that was a little table, um, that was supposed to be, I think, made of ice cream. And I think it was pink. It was pink ice cream like this. And I loved the little plastic ice cream things. I think it had little leaves that were supposed to be the bowls. And then there were little plastic pink ice creams that fit into the bowls. So I don't know. This just very much reminds me of it. It must be the same-ish color. If you stick around, you will learn that I am a collector of various things. So I do have a lot of toys from my childhood, and things that my husband bought for me that were lost in my childhood that he paid attention. He keeps a list, and sometimes he will pick things up for me. So yeah, a lot of little things like that. He went back and bought me my Care Bear figures, actually. So the little PVC Care Bear figures. I did have a stuffed one, but again, child of the 80s. But little PVC Care Bear figures, and then recently he bought me both the little car and the little heart house that they lived in. So those were things that I had when I was young. And I just love the quality of the old toys and the bright colors, I think. Kids today don't know what they're missing. All right, so we're doing pretty good here. I really think we have actually a lot more form than we did when we started. So again, I don't want to go over this whole thing. I just kind of want to taper it to the edge. And then, after this one, I'm going to mix up the color for this. And so we're going to start down there. And then we just start again and work our way back around. Sometimes I will go out of order. Sometimes. But for the most part, I do try to let things dry thoroughly enough that I can go back without messing them up. And this is that really light area where the drip is coming down on the cone. I do like to paint drips. Don't know why exactly. I think they make the paintings look more human. Clean off my brush and start again. All right, so I mixed up a color using just the yellow, pyrrole red, and a little bit of phthalo blue. And I added white to it. So it's not a total white, not a total white color. If you can see it on my palette, it's this color right here. And again, I don't want to go all over this. I want all those colors to peek through. And this is just the first stipple layer. Just the first one. But you can see it already starts to create the form. Sense of, just going to soften that just a little bit. And it is amazing how much that really makes a difference to just, take it from this to this, and then I'll come back in with a brighter layer in here. And so again, I think of this, it's curving outward, right? So everything that we do is both to address the color, but also to address the light and the way the light is hitting it. So I want to see that implied texture of the ice cream cone, and so I let all these little dark areas peek through. But I also want to see the like an even distribution of the paint. It's just not something that I have found the way to achieve without using this method. It's not something that I've ever been able to replicate just by figuring out how to blend colors or use standard paintbrush strokes. Another thing I did to this cone here, and I want to just make sure I did that right. So I'm not going to put this little drip right here. I don't like the way that one looks, but I did go ahead and add this little kind of shadowy area here where the cone is a little bit kind of damaged, I guess. So we'll see how that goes. It's something I could eliminate, but I kind of liked to give it a little bit of personality. Just going to shrink this down a little bit so I can see better. Sometimes I go at a 1-to-1 scale. Sometimes I shrink it down just so I can see the whole thing, see how everything fits together, and make sure that I'm, addressing larger areas, especially this, because this is one big area, that I'm addressing larger areas correctly. Bring a little bit of this into here. And already it's starting to take a little bit of shape. So, not so bad. this area down here, I have to kind of ignore my reference photo a little bit. And I am going to come in and work on this a good bit more. But I say that because when I took the photo, my finger was over part of it. And so I kind of very quickly photoshopped it out. But I need to just, think about how this is supposed to look down here rather than relying on my photo directly. So I should have taken more time with my photo yesterday, but I didn't. That's the way of things. Sometimes you're just in a hurry. And ultimately, it probably cost me more time to go back and fix things later on, but hey, that's all right. Again, I wanted to shrink this down a little bit so that I can see this little strip in here. Just kind of soften that edge up a little bit. Because this is slightly different. The texture up here is slightly different. Shrink it down a little bit more. I'm still going to use this color over here, but not as frequently, if that's the word to use. I'm going to just disperse it to be a little bit more or a little bit less, because I want this to be in shadow. And so most of this is still going to remain its darker color. I can actually see I might have gone a little bit crazy with it up here, and I probably need to take a little bit of this off if I can. So I do that just by putting a little bit of acrylic medium on there. And if it's still really wet, I can just wipe it off. If it's just slightly wet, I can kind of scrub it off. I feel like this, at this point, has just a much nicer base for me overall, for me to go in and work on all the places that I need to work, rather than having, and I don't like brush strokes, rather than having all of these kind of rough looking brush strokes underneath there. So I think this was, it always seems to me anyway, that it's just a much better approach. All right, so let's go down here to the bottom. We're going to do this just a little more down here. And then, like I said, we're gonna have to come back and rework this down here a bit. But we'll get some of these little shapes in here now. At least the rough outline. Because again, I try to think of this, these early stages of my paintings as being really like the drawing. This is essentially the drawing for me. Once I am done with this, as I will be in a moment here, then I really have the rest of this, which will become the painting. But at this point, You know, really all I've been working on is getting rough stuff, rough shapes, rough colors, all the rough stuff underneath. And then it will allow me to go in and start to refine things. I will admit, when I do this for a long time, it does actually get a little, well, depending on how much I do, it can be actually physically taxing. When I did that giant fudge ripple ice cream, the 5-foot tall one, it would actually become very physically taxing to be moving all around the painting and doing this, because I was, you know, standing up and stretching and whatever. But it does become a little mentally taxing. It does take it out of me a little bit to do that, just after a while. I'm strong. I can handle it. All right. So the only other thing that I really want to do at this point is, I think I want to address this shadow under here and maybe a little bit of these shadows, just because I'm down in this area. And so what I'm going to do, is actually take this other brush, and I'm just going to glaze into here, a little bit into this shadow area, a little bit along this line. So I think it might be easier if I actually turn my painting sideways, because I'm going to be glazing down that line and also down this line, and I would like it to be, you know, a little easier to apply. So I'm going to go in, and I think I'm going to do the same kind of thing I did over here, where I'm going to switch blues at this point. So I'm going to take this very bright blue and a little bit of yellow, and I'm going to dull it down with some of my cadmium red. So you know, as you watch me more, you'll know that this, despite having the bright blue in it, when I add the cadmium red, it does keep it more in the shadow family. I guess I like to call it, where it's got enough shadow tones. It's dark enough that I feel like it makes for a good shadow tone, rather than just having this dark blue, dark red, and my yellow. So I'm just going to thin this out. This is very similar to the colors we were mixing over here. Just going to thin this out. And for this one, I'm going to do kind of a reverse stipple. And so I'm going to put it down, and then I'm going to take it off. So for that, I'm going to take that brush that I had before, and I'm just going to go in and just kind of gently take this off. I'm going to do the same thing over here, but we're going to thin this down a little bit more, and I think it's okay in that color actually for here. I'm just going to go in and gently try to remove a little bit of that color. Do the same thing over here, but for this color it's a little bit different. So I'm going to go in with a little bit more red, a little bit more yellow, a bit more red again, and I think, let's just see how that is. So we got kind of two tones over here. Let's see if this is okay down here. So I think that's okay. And then I'm going to lighten it a little bit with this tone up here. So a little bit more red and a little bit more yellow in it. We'll try the same thing. So it's still got that bluish tone, but it is a bit lighter. Right down that line. Just going to put some medium on there to spread this down. And I'm going to go in and try to, again, just remove this a little bit. So again, I don't worry if it's not exactly right first time around. But I try to get it close. Do the same thing right in here, just a little bit, and just a little bit in here. And then we'll try to remove that just a little, kind of soften that out a little bit. All right, let's flip this back around. Well, let me do this one little thing here. I always do that, right? Just one more thing. One more thing. All right. All right, I'm pretty happy with that so far. So, we went all the way around the painting. Now it's time to go back. Back to the beginning, which was, for today, our chocolate. And so I'm going to go in with a color that I mix up that's going to be a little bit more, a little bit brighter than this last color and a little bit whiter than this last color. And so again, sometimes I do that and bring up several layers and then actually glaze over the whole thing again. With something that doesn't have white in it if I feel like it gets too pasty looking, but we'll just kind of see how it goes. So I'm going to take my bright red and my yellow and my blue. Again, this is the bright blue. And again, we end up with something very similar to this one. So this is a burnt orangey color. And I'm going to take a little bit of white and put that in. And I think I'm going to take a little bit more of the red. So again, this is the bright red. And so one way for me to check to see if this is coming along the way I want is kind of to dab it over my old color down here. And so I don't think that this is quite right yet. So I'm going to go ahead and mix some more red and some more yellow. And essentially what that's doing is it's telling me that I have too much blue in here. I don't want too much blue. That's probably not so bad. Let me get a little bit more red in here and a little bit more yellow. So it's really just, you know, over and over again. Just experimenting until I find something that works. So let's just do that. A little bit more white. All right, we're going to give it a shot in a minute. This is one of those things where I really hope I don't mess it up because it is kind of a pain to fix it when I don't get this part right. But we'll cross our fingers. We're just going to try it in a small area and see if it looks right. Get some of that extra paint off there. What do we think? it's okay. I think it's okay. So we're probably going to do one more after this. So I think this will probably be okay. And again, I'm just going to judiciously apply this using my stipply brush in kind of a circular motion, turning it so that I don't get too regular of a pattern. And I want to make sure I see all those colors underneath peek through. So this is essentially, it's really about paying attention to the light. This is actually the first moment I guess I've realized that this kind of, it's a weird method, but this particular way does remind me a little bit of how Bob Ross does some of his stuff. I never thought about that before. All right, so I'm just gonna, again, not go everywhere. I want to just use it a little sparingly so that I'm really paying attention to how the light is hitting the chocolate ice cream. But again, there's, wonderful painters who have figured out other ways that work for them to, imply light and texture. But this is just the way that I found works for me. So I'm just gonna, judiciously apply this. It really actually looks pretty good together here. And again, it'll have, lots of fixes. I'm very picky. My husband will tell you, he often tells me that my paintings are well done before I get anywhere near to actually being done in my mind. But to him, he's like, it's done. People think that it's done. I think that it's done. But I just, I push things really far. So, but hopefully this actually looks pretty good here. And so I really am hoping that we can make some really nice progress on this today. It does, the lower layers work a lot easier to do this because the colors tend to be a little more akin to each other. Like if I messed it up on this layer, it wouldn't have been so bad, right? But because this is kind of this glowing layer on top of this other much darker layer, it does require a bit of concentration. So, because it's very easy, even with this rough stipply brush, because it's just a worn down brush. I use that name, but it's just a worn down brush. But it's very easy, especially if I get tired or I'm not paying attention, to just come down too hard on it and, just get a big glob of paint instead of all these nice little dotted textures. But that's actually starting to look really nice. I'm pretty pleased with this color that we mixed up here. Again, I'm not going everywhere with it. I'm just kind of trying to pay attention to where the light is hitting my ice cream in my reference photo. So I know the light's coming down from this angle. When I take my reference photos, I try very hard to, sometimes I have to edit them pretty heavily in Photoshop to get them to be what I want before I can use them. And like I said, I did kind of mess this reference image up. I should have edited it a little bit more, but I have gotten a lot better at taking the reference photos too. And part of that is just using enough light. So sometimes I used to actually photograph things outside and, run around with an ice cream cone, but I have found that usually got too much light or not enough light. I never could find that sweet spot. And so now I have this very simple setup that is essentially two lights on my ice cream, one from each direction, and a white piece of paper that I attach to the wall. And so when I take my photos, I try to be very aware of how the light and the shadows are hitting the ice cream so that I don't end up with something really wonky in the end. Because it's really easy when you're photographing stuff to, you think you have a nice photo, and you might, but for painting purposes, if I have a photo that has too many heavy shadows in it, um, it it might work for some purposes, but it doesn't work for mine. So I try to be very conscious. This is a really nice color, actually. Can you see this? I don't know if I have it pointed correctly. There we go. So yeah, it's this very nice color. Doesn't look like much, but when it goes over this other color, and again, it's kind of like how I have to think. It's about thinking about how the layers of paint interact with each other rather than trying to mix the color that I think I'm looking at. And this works for not just ice cream. I paint a lot of ice cream, but it does work for other things. When I painted gingerbread actually works really well with this method too, because gingerbread, when the light hits it, it kind of glows. Um, and yeah, but most food items actually, they have some kind of texture, implied texture to them that you want to try to capture in paint, and so it makes it, I don't know. Again, I don't like brush strokes. So I want to see my paint like evenly distributed so that you can't see the brush strokes, that all you can see is the way the light is hitting things. But it's interesting. Chocolate in itself is very interesting. The first couple of chocolate cones I painted years ago, they were not good. They were very gray. Everything looked very gray. So this is a much better method, and it just has, again, how these layers of paint interact with each other. So I have a warm base under here, and then I have a much brighter base. So it's the difference of using cadmium red versus using pyrrole red. So one layer has one, and one layer has another. I should say a few layers have each. So we're doing pretty good on this. What I want to do is make sure, again, that I'm not putting this everywhere, that I am kind of tapering this off, because as the cone curves, there's more light going to be hitting it here than say here. So this ultimately, when I come back with my next layer, is going to be even brighter still. And then this, I probably am not going to touch too much at that point. So it's, I just have to make sure I don't go crazy with it. So I'm just kind of tapering this off to the edge. And then I also want to pay attention to things like, for example, I'm going to have to go back in and rework these shadow areas, because I try very hard, as you go, you get more information, more visual information. And so I like to, I use that to pay attention to what I have to do next. But if I look at my shadows here, right now I just have the shape, right? So it's just this big, heavy, dark shape. There's a little bit of a brownish color in here, of a reddish brown. But if I look at my reference image, what it actually has, and this is what typically happens with shadows, is it goes from a dark area to kind of an area that almost glows. It's like a bright, a much brighter color. And so what I will do is I'll go back to my shadows and kind of create that form, like right in here, where I kind of get this almost glowing orangey color, reddish orangey color, and I need to accentuate that a little bit more. So every bit that I put on tells me what I have to do next, to try to refine things. So it seems like a lot of steps, but every bit helps. And ultimately, it helps me in the end to achieve something that's much more realistic. We just have to have patience. But yeah, painting like the individual texture on the cone, on the ice cream, or the cone, I tried to do it, it ain't happening. So this was a much better way that I have found to get this to work. But again, you just kind of have to make sure that you're using a delicate touch, lots of glazing medium, and turning, this is again just an old brush where the edges have worn down quite a bit. So I call it my stipply brush, but just trying to get those single, hairs or clumps of hairs to leave marks and to turn it as I go, because otherwise they get too heavy. And sometimes I just have to leave well enough alone. Like sometimes I really like when you hit an area and you're like, oh my gosh, that's really beautiful. So I'm just going to leave that part alone, because it made some kind of a beautiful mark there. And I don't want to mess it up. I might mess it up later, but for right now, I just want to leave that. So, sometimes when I do my paintings, especially when I get to the end stages, or near end stages, I look at them and I'm like, oh, like that's a really beautiful area of the painting. I need to bring everything else up to that level. And so that's ultimately, I guess, my goal. Do it. This is kind of a fun day because this is a lot of what we're doing today. This is, a lot of building up these layers, in all of the sections. And, we'll just see how far we can get with that. And I want all of those nice colors to peek through on the bottom. And then I constantly lean back because I want to see the parts of the whole and the whole of the parts. So a lot of times I look at this as an abstract piece, you know, a bunch of abstract shapes that I'm trying to capture. And then I lean back to see if it worked. So, you know, there's lots of tricks that you can do with that. If you ever look at a wonderful artist, which you probably heard of, whose name is Chuck Close, and he paints, he's a photorealist, but a lot of his work is done where he paints these little squares. Um, and all the squares are essentially made of abstract shapes. But when you see all the squares together, then it is a gigantic photorealistic painting. So I would encourage you, if you've not heard of Chuck Close, most of you probably have, but if you've not heard of Chuck Close, go Google him because it's kind of what I'm talking about, where you see what all the individual parts are their own beautiful thing, and then when you see them all together, then they form one even more amazing thing. So that's kind of a little bit of my process, I guess. All right, so that's pretty good for that. I'm gonna just rinse my brush off, and I'm gonna use a different brush. This color down on this part of the chocolate is a little bit different than this because the light is hitting it differently, but there is a little bit of this glowing part here. So I'm still gonna go in and address it. We're just gonna go in with a different brush. I'm gonna try to keep it a little bit rough. I still like the rough look. I don't like, you know, solid looking shapes for the most part. Sometimes they're appropriate, but for the most part. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. I appreciate you stopping in. If you've not been here before, my name is Kim. I am a full-time painter, and I'm new to Twitch. So welcome, and I hope that you find this peaceful and relaxing, and whether you're an artist or just, you know, fascinated with the painting process. But I want this to be, whether you stop in for a few minutes or a few hours, I'm here 4 days a week, and I want this to be a place where you feel comfortable to come in and just relax and be yourself. So I'm just going to go in here just a little bit again. I feel like this is giving me a good foundation now. I do. I'm pretty content overall with where I'm going here. That's all I can really expect. That's all I really hope for. It's just that I have enough information to figure out where I'm going next. But it's looking so much better. So much better. Like I said, I kind of thought, my husband suggested that I do this, come on Twitch. I kind of thought maybe it would make me less efficient, but I find that it has made me more efficient, and I really don't know why. So I appreciate y'all watching because, I don't know, apparently it does something for me. I don't know. Helps me get things done a little bit faster than I would have otherwise. Maybe I was daydreaming too much when I'm sitting on my own. I don't know. You know, I'm such a workhorse. I work a lot. I paint a lot. It's kind of the life of an artist, right? You have a lot to do, and especially because I'm a slow painter, and I paint in all these layers. It takes me a while to finish pieces. But I remember I read something, I saw something from an artist uh, that worked differently than I do, and they said that they would sit there for hours and just stare at their paintings, and I just thought, who has time for that? I have to make work. So I don't have the luxury of sitting for hours and just staring at my stuff. I have to just, they're actually Chuck Close, the artist that I just mentioned. He has a pretty famous quote, which I'm probably going to paraphrase here, but it says something like, "Inspiration is for amateurs. I just get to work." And so I think that that's kind of the philosophy that I have. That I have a sketchbook that I keep. I have loads of ideas for paintings and things that I need to do. I paint a lot of ice cream because that's what my clients typically like. But I do paint other things as well, and you know, so I do get hit with a lot of inspiration for various things, but I don't have time to just sit around and mull over what it is I'm going to work on. I just got to work on stuff because I have to produce. And I don't think that's a terrible thing because, you know, if my life circumstances were different and I didn't need to do this for a job, then I could say, well, I'd have forever to work on things and I could, you know, just really contemplate what it is that I want to do. But I think that doing it this way, having this be my, you know, my job, my career path, it forces me to be efficient. I have to be efficient. I have to be able to make work, whether it is the stuff that I know is going to sell or the stuff that is experimental for me. I just have to make work. So, so no regrets on that point. Probably get a lot more done that way than I would otherwise. I'm just going to go in here and I'm trying to mix up a color that's going to be kind of this dark chocolate here. It's in some of this. Because I didn't quite, I have the shapes in here, but I didn't quite capture the color right yet. I probably have to come back to this. That is the way of things. I always have to come back. But that looks much better. So I mentioned this morning that when I worked on this, I worked on it just for like an hour or so this morning. But one of the things that I did was from my original photo, I went back and I adjusted the shape of the cone, excuse me, of the ice cream, because it didn't look balanced to me. And it's something that I could have done in Photoshop, but yesterday I was rushed and I didn't get to pay attention to my reference photo as much as I wanted to. And so I had to go in, and so all I did to do that is I really try to pay attention to like the weight of things and make sure nothing looks like it's tipping. So this kept feeling like I wanted to pull it back. And so what I did was I corrected this arc here and I cut back a little bit into this shape here. And so by doing that, I feel like it straightened things out for me so that it feels like a much more balanced looking cone. So I really, really try, if you're an artist, Sometimes doing balance is inherent. You can figure it out pretty quickly. Usually you can at least see that something is off. but but I use tools to try to help me with that, just to make sure. I try to center things, try to center my images in Photoshop when I'm working on them for my references. And I actually will physically make sure that my painting starts with the drawing just exactly dead center. And also look at the distance between these areas so that everything looks balanced. I really don't want things to look like they're tipping over, unless that's your intention. Certainly you can do that. Um, but I try to make everything look well balanced. So I'm just going to add a little bit of yellow to this color. Just bring that over here. The reason that I mentioned the balance is because it doesn't have to be always, at least for me, it doesn't always have to be the physical shape of the cone. Having these little bits of chocolate on this side helps to balance out this side. And so just little things like that you know, try to pay attention to when you're using some kind of a reference, um, or when you're setting up a still life. Just, you know, there are rules for balance that you can follow, but I do think that a lot of it is just, you know, rules for composition, but I do think a lot of it's just paying attention. So, Solar Phonics, welcome. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to mix up my next color, which is going to be for this vanilla. And I want to try to bring that form out a little bit more. So I want to do this part here. If you look at my reference photo, that's going to be the brightest area. And so far I have like 3 or 4. You're okay? I'm doing good. Thank you so much for asking. We are making this look good today. We're trying anyway. So what I'm gonna do is, like I said, I have maybe 3 layers of paint, 3 or 4 in this area. So we started to create the form. I'm gonna try to use this next very light coat, probably not the final one, but the next lightest one, we'll say. And I'm gonna go in here again with my stipply brush. So I'm gonna take just plain white, and I'm going to add a little bit of yellow to it, and I'm going to add a little bit of pyrrole red, just a little bit. It's probably a little too much, so I'll have to go back to my white. So what I don't want to do is this previous layer that I added. Watch Street Reach. Oh, just a nice comment about you, Solar Phonics, about you watching 3 of these for me. So I appreciate it. What I want to do is this layer actually had yellow, pyrrole red, and it had a little bit of my phthalo blue, and that helped to dull this down just a little bit. Thanks so much, Solar Phonics. But what I want to do now is eliminate that blue. So this is how I create form. Go in with just a little bit more yellow. So for me, creating form, it's not exactly formulaic, I suppose, but it is kind of a progressive order for me of certain combinations of colors that I mix. And so I'm just going to go in, I'm going to make a little bit more yellow in this. I apologize because sometimes I don't get this right on the first pass. I do my best. And I don't know yet if this is going to be exactly right until I try it. So we're just going to give it a shot. So let's just try it in a little area and see how we're doing. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. All right, so again, I need just a little bit more white. Not the final layer on this. but it is going to help us to create form. Cupie, you're back. Oh, did you just subscribe to me? That's so nice. Thank you, Cupie. I really appreciate that. You're very sweet. Thank you so much. All right, so we're gonna go in here and we're just gonna, again, judiciously use this. It's a little stipply brush. Don't have quite as much glaze in it this time. And I just want to try to think about how I need to create this form. Oh, you've been hanging out the whole time? So nice. Thank you so much, Cupie. I really appreciate it. That's so nice. All right, so I'm going to go in. And we're just going to gradually, again, it's partly to mimic the texture of the ice cream. Again, I want to turn my brush as I go. And it's partly just to fix my color to be in the right spot. How is your project going, Cupie? Because you said you were working on something too. Were you working on something in gouache? You think? So this is just, you know, the next coat. And it really does start just a little bit to bring out the form. And I don't want to take this all the way around. I just want to kind of taper this out, especially as I get to this top area here. And you can see this is not as dramatic as like this area was, like the chocolate. Chocolate was much more dramatic. But we're going to come back to that after we circle through all these sections again. It's a lot better. It's crazy how just doing a little bit really does help. And, you know, again, we're just gonna keep plugging away at it, going section by section, layer by layer. So this morning we were watching before I got started here some Disney stuff. As I mentioned yesterday that I used to work at Disney World just for a few years when I was young, and I worked in some attractions, and then I also did characters and silhouettes in the parks. And my husband actually worked at Disney for almost 20 years. And so he had lots of different roles that he was in. So let's see, Cupie. It's going well. Let me see here. You're actually practicing with a flow star. It's a flat fabric that comes in 24 inches. Yeah, 20 years was a long time. He did lots of different jobs there. Let me see here. Star shaped with different points. Interesting. You spin and it does all sorts of tricks. Neat. I'll have to look that up. I'm not familiar with that. Interesting. Well, I'm glad that you're having fun and sounds like maybe some success with that. There was a fun painting project that I did years ago, which was to make something sort of like a Jackson Pollock painting. Um, and I learned if you stand back from like your painting surface, you have to do this outside, and you thin down your paint, and you take your brush and you flick it. I don't want to do it now, but if you flick it just right, you'll get these lovely like thin spider vein paint lines. So you just do it all over your canvas, and it makes a really nice piece for your wall, actually, in a very short amount of time. But yes, so my hubby worked at Disney for almost 20 years, and so I do try now and again to tell some stories of our time at Disney. But I was talking yesterday about how I did the caricatures and the silhouettes in the park, and I was thinking this morning because it was showing how hot the Magic Kingdom was, the thing we were watching, that I used to wear these big, heavy costumes and work outside to do the silhouettes. And just want to see what QP said here. I have everything on one screen, and so it's very tiny for me to read. So I apologize. Started about 4 days ago, but you're picking it up really fast. You used to do dance team in school. My niece is a big dancer. Actually, both of my nieces are, but my one niece is actually going to college to do dance later this fall. Been about 6 years till you stepped back into creative movement. It's been really nice to get back into it. Neat. She would probably be really interested in that, actually. My niece, she's the one that's going to do it at college. She was actually a very good artist as well. She is, I should say. But what I was thinking about was that one of the things I used to sweat like terribly out in the heat in Florida at certain times a year when I was trying to do these um, creative jobs, and because we had these big heavy costumes. But one of the things that I really loved, if you ever get a chance to see it, is there was a wonderful night parade that would always take place. And when the night parade would come by, I didn't have to do any work because nobody wanted to have their silhouette cut at night when the parade was going by. So it is called Spectro Magic. And yes, it was like a big heavy dress. Like a big heavy dress that was supposed to look like it was from the turn of the century, and it was not fun to wear. They have changed the costumes since that time, but it weighed like 300 pounds. You need to go to Disney at some point in your life. Yeah, it can be really fun. It can be really fun. It's a little crowded sometimes, but you just have to pick the right time of the year, I guess, to go. Um, so yeah, I'll tell lots of stories if you stick around. So Soupy, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm not sure how that works with the ads since you subscribed. It's quite pricey, yeah. You're in 20, yeah, it is very pricey. Well, I wouldn't have been able to go unless we had, like, like free tickets, really. I only went to Disney once in my life before that, and then I came back and um, we did like a college program. And I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm not sure how that works with the ad breaks. You can hear me? Okay. You get no ads since you're subscribed. Super. Then we'll just have a nice little conversation. Yeah, so I did the college program when I was like 19. And it was like an internship, so it counted for college credit. And so my parents brought me down there. Before that, I had only gone once when I was like 3, so I didn't really remember it. And yeah, but back then, even then, it was much cheaper than it is nowadays. So yeah, it's crazy expensive. But there are lovely things about it. I love watching videos from people in the college program. It is so cool to you. Yeah, so it can be a lot of fun. So the college program is where I met my husband. He was my trainer, and he refused to speak to me until he was on the clock. So I didn't know who he was right away, but yes. It was pretty funny. You want to go to Universal? Oh, Harry Potter. Yeah, that is at Universal. And we lived down there while or when Harry Potter opened. And we had, for a little while, we had passes to go to Universal. So, like, we went to Islands of Adventure when it first opened a number of times. But Harry Potter was actually at that time so crowded that we never made it. I was always sad about that we never got to go see the Harry Potter world, because there's a lot of it that I think is pretty cool looking. But it's a weird place to live. Central Florida, yeah. Oh, do you love Harry Potter World, Carl's Jr.? Your mom, your mom went without you, QB. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right. Um, there's so much weirdness I remember because like my one job, um, when I worked at the art magazine, I would have to drive. I lived on like the outskirts of Orlando, so I'd have to drive past Disney World, then SeaWorld, then Universal to get to my job. We have the one Universal here in California, but it isn't as cool as the Florida one. What is it that you like about the Florida one? Just the Harry Potter stuff? I didn't realize they didn't have the Harry Potter stuff there in the California one. I used to see, like, from the highway, pieces of all of the parks as I went to work. So that was really weird. And now that I think about it now that I don't live there because now I'm in New York State. And so I think about those experiences of what seemed so normal to me at the time, just driving by. And like my husband, he worked when we were young at a place at Disney World called the Great Movie Ride. And they do have Harry Potter stuff in California, but it's a much smaller space and just doesn't have the same level of detail. Interesting. Um, I saw they have a new uh, Nintendo World too. That's, I think, at the new park. And I think there is one in California too, right? Pretty sure. But my husband, he used to work at this place called the Great Movie Ride. And so they have a thing called cast zooming, which means that you were able to take your costumes home and you could launder them and then you could wear them to work. So that was a thing that, I just got used to that being kind of the way of things because you would often see people in their park costumes, like just out and about. You love the Great Movie Ride? You would love my husband. So he was uh, a tour guide, a gangster, a bandit, a trainer, a manager, and the area manager, actually, for the Great Movie Ride at various points in his career. I believe he's the only one to actually have ever done all of those jobs. Um, but yes, sometimes he would actually, when we were young and he was working there, um, he'd wear his costumes to work. So I would get him breakfast. And so you love the gangsters. They would love to know that. Yeah, cute. Yes, it was kind of amazing. And so he would dress, in his gangster outfit or his bandit outfit and wear it to work, which I thought was pretty cool because I get to send him off that way. And yeah, so I feel very lucky that we got to experience that. I actually, many years ago, when there was a hurricane coming through, um, we had to do what was called the hurricane ride out. And so it was the only time, I believe, until I think they did it recently, but it was the only time that they had really, for many years at least, shut the park down because they really thought the hurricane was coming. And so we actually slept in the Great Movie Ride, which was pretty, again, cool to think back on, that we slept in the Great Movie Ride and then we had to get up and sandbag everything, or excuse me, we sandbagged everything at first, I think the first day, sandbagged all the attractions. And the rain never came, actually. But yeah, we slept in the Great Movie Ride, and I remember I felt really bad because different people slept in different parts of the Great Movie Ride. But we slept in the break room area, and I slept on a table, and it was a squeaky table. And one of the other guys, who was a poor gangster as well, that he said he said I kept him up all night because every time I turned, it's like the Waffle House Index but Disney. What is that? um, yeah, he said I kept him up all night because I kept squeaking on the table. But anyway, um, we got lots of. He has many more stories, but he told me, because he was the one I suggested I do this, and so he told me I can tell his stories sometimes too if I feel up to it. So yeah, we have lots of weird stories from our time in Disney, things that we just thought were like very normal. It was just very normal. Like I told before on the stream that when I would go to work, I would drive by Disney, and so on the way, if I went early enough, the sky would be filled with hot air balloons because it was a tourist destination. And so that was an extra thing. The Waffle House Index is actually credited and used, means if Waffle House closes, you better get out of there. That's funny. That's very funny. Um, I would see all these beautiful hot air balloons in the sky, and then I would pass through like the downtown Disney area, which is now called Disney Springs. And they had their hot air balloon, which was also visible from the road. And then I would pass by and see, the one water coaster from SeaWorld, or water ride that was like a big flume, I suppose, from SeaWorld. And I could see the Hulk coaster from the highway too. Um, so yeah, lots of crazy, weird memories from living down there. Many, many weird events too. All right, so this looks pretty good right now. I'm just gonna go in and I'm gonna let this dry for the most part in this white area. You reminded me I want to paint a hot air balloon. Do you know what? I did actually paint a tiny one about a week ago or 2 weeks ago. It's a tiny cookie, tiny cookie hot air balloon that I said was inspired by my time there, and I called it Float Away, and it's a little cookie hot air balloon with a little pretzel basket and a frosting background. So yeah, I uh, I think that you should paint a hot air balloon. I called it Float Away because I never wanted to actually be in one of the hot air balloons. I don't like heights, per se, but I always thought it was beautiful to see them floating by. You don't want to be in one either. I mentioned this like a week ago, I think, but they would be around quite a bit, the hot air balloons. And one time, we lived on like a slight hill, and I went out. I woke up one morning and went out into the living room area, and there was like a fence behind us at the top of the hill. Yes, they are beautiful. But the hot air balloon, like the top of the hot air balloon, was floating by my fence. And I don't think they're supposed to be that low. So something had gone wrong. And so yeah, I don't trust it. I don't I don't want to be in one either. They had another little attraction down in that area that was like biplanes. Nope. I didn't want to be in one of those either. And in fact, I had a job when I was first out of school that I was designing furniture showrooms, and it was for a smaller company. And the guy who owned the company, he had a small plane that he flew, and so he told me it was sort of supposed to be a promotion, but he's like, "Oh yeah, you get to go to all these shows now, and pick out the stuff we're gonna help to pick out the stuff we're gonna buy for the showrooms, but you have to go in this tiny plane." And I was like, "Nope." So I quit. So yeah, I was not about to go in the tiny plane all around the country. That was not something I was going to trust. I don't care how nice he was. So, yeah. All right, so we've done this, done this. I could go back into this section. I think I'm going to leave that for right now. Well, no, I'm going to flip it upside down. Here we go. Yeah, very valid. I thought so. All right, we're going to flip it upside down and go in here with just a little bit, just right up here. Just a little bit, and then that'll give us a nice foundation for all of this area. Yeah, you know, QP, I don't have a problem with roller coasters. Like I used to go on all kinds of coasters. I never had a problem with that kind of height because I knew I was coming down and that it was like controlled. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to be in something. I wouldn't want to be in something else. Although again, I did tell a story that another Disney story that one of the places that my husband worked when he was very young was also in Tomorrowland, and so he worked at Space Mountain. And you can't do the loopy ones or the super huge ones. Yeah, I totally understand that. I don't mind them. I don't know. I never mind. Oh, it's thundering. I don't mind them. There's only been one that I really backed off from, and for the most part, I was always okay with coasters. I don't really know why, but my husband, he did work at Space Mountain, and I did learn. I don't know what it's like now, but back in those days, there are some of the things. If the ride breaks down, that's always the scary part. If the ride breaks down, if the ride breaks down, there are things that have to be done manually, and one of those includes someone climbing up physical like ladders that are attached to some of the hills and pushing the vehicles over the hills. And he said he had to do that once, where he climbed up because the ride had stalled out, and he told the family that was sitting in the coaster, he's like, all right, I'm going to push you down and you're going to go down over the hill. And they laughed at him. They thought he was kidding, but he really wasn't. And he totally pushed them down. But yeah, the idea of climbing that ladder, yeah, super scary. I agree. That's not something I could do. No, not something I could do ever. But yeah, if I guess you would have to vet people to see if they had a problem with heights. Otherwise, they couldn't do that job, right? Um, but yeah, not something I would be happy with. All right, so we just got a little bit on there. We're doing pretty good on this, though. Your hands would be too sweaty to hold on. They'd have to have you have like a strap to keep you from falling completely if you were climbing. That's what they would need from me anyway. I would not want to do that. I got dizzy once going to a basketball game and like sitting up in the bleacher areas. It was the one of the stadiums in Orlando, and it was just too like I'm usually okay with it if it goes out, kind of like evenly, but it was like really steep. Yeah, it was not for me. All right, I'm going to come back to this now. So now we're going to switch to this other pink color, which is using the brighter red that I have. And it's just going to be a little bit brighter. And then I actually have a third red that I sometimes use as well. So all right, so we're just going to go in here. And what I want to do is just try to make some of these nice highlighted shapes in here. All right, so let's blow this up a little bit, because again, I like to work one-to-one if I can. And it's okay for me to put my hand down on this a little bit anyway. It's just very slightly tacky on this chocolate area, but it's dry enough for me to put my hand down. You went to New York City with your dance team and saw a Broadway show. We were way up in the high seats, freaked you out. Yeah, I totally understand. I totally understand. That is how I felt. That is how I felt at that basketball game. I don't know why some of the venues are like that, where it just, sometimes it's totally fine. Um, I guess they're trying to conserve space by going steeper and higher up. So, what was the Broadway show that you saw? Yeah, so vertical. Totally understand. I only went to see, I was in New York a couple times in my life, in New York City, because we're on the other end of the state. But oh, you saw Aladdin. Oh, nice. That's very cool. You had a class with a Jasmine understudy who ended up performing the night that you were there. That's very, very cool. Very, very cool. That's kind of amazing, actually. I saw the only Broadway show I ever saw on Broadway was Mary Poppins. Saw Mary Poppins. I went there for a business trip once and saw it with one of my coworkers. But it was like a smaller theater, and so it wasn't super steep. So I was okay with it. But yeah, once in a while, I have encountered stadiums that make me just feel a little bit uncomfortable. This is pretty good. This is a pretty good color in here. That's a pretty big deal, by the way, that your dance team got to go and do that. Like I said, my niece is a dancer. She's performed in various places, but I do not believe that she ever got to go to New York. So that's pretty cool. Did you have a competition or something that you went there for? Or was it just to spend time with the Jasmine understudy? So this looks pretty good. I'm just going to cut in here. I can see I've got a little bit of a mistake where I took this pink outside the line. Always got to color in the lines. Well, not always. I try to. Let's see here. It was a trip for your school's dance team and a cappella choir. Lots of great opportunities on that trip. Class at Alvin Alley, class with the Rockettes, class at Broadway Dance Center. That is amazing. It was 10 years ago now, which is crazy to think about, or maybe almost 10 years. That's crazy. That's a lot of wonderful things on one trip. That is very amazing. That is very cool that you got to experience that, because um, that's not something that everybody gets to do. What was your favorite part of the trip? So I'm just going to try to make this just a little bit lighter in this area than it is in some of the other areas. Saw the Statue of Liberty, Empire State Building, 9/11 Memorial, and did a lot of fundraising to go there. Very nice. That's very, very cool. I before that business trip, which I really didn't get to do too much on, we did stay in Times Square, which was cool. But before that, I had only gone once when I was in college, and on a trip for the art program, and there were two people that I went to school with, but they were both from New York, and so they took me on a whirlwind tour of a few locations. You really like that restaurant where they sing to you. And the Empire State Building was so cool. You got to see it right at sunset. That's so neat. That's really neat. Do you think you'd ever want to live in a city? I don't know if you live in a city now. Your favorite class was definitely Alvin Alley. So is that someone I should know? I feel like that's someone I should know, or something I should know. You had a live drummer and the studio was gorgeous. Neat. That's neat. Is that something that they typically did, I guess, for other schools, I wonder? This is looking pretty good. I'm pretty content with it right now. Yeah, I think when I went to New York, I'm trying to remember what we did. We started at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I know, because that was part of the trip. And then I think they let us go for a few hours. So I didn't even see very much of the museum. But I do know that my friends took me to, we like ran by everything, like literally ran. But I know I went briefly to FAO Schwartz and briefly past Rockefeller Center, it was at Christmas, so that was nice. And we went into just a few other buildings that were there. When I went on my business trip, I was really sad because I had work to do. And we stayed right near the Metropolitan, the Modern Museum of Arts, and I didn't get to go. I didn't get to go in. So let's see here. He was a famous dancer and activist, founded the theater in the 50s, a haven for nurturing black artists. He funded the theater, modern dance, ballet, and jazz, and black vernacular. Oh, I lost my place. And as super impactful in the dance world, style and choreography and activism. So nice. That is very cool. Google helped you with that one. It's hard to explain. That is so cool that you got to go do that. No AI, huh? I should clarify, I don't even use Google anymore. I understand. That is really cool. That is really cool that you got to do that. So amazing. Do you think that you'd ever, I think I asked this, but do you think that you'd ever want to live like in a city, or do you live in a city now? Like, if I don't know if that's something that you know, if pursuing something in the arts in that way is something that you have thought about. I love art. There's lots of things, you know, about the arts that I'm sure are better in the cities, but I'm a country girl myself. So I kind of live in like a suburb area now. And I guess I've always kind of, but I grew up in a really small town and I would like to live honestly in the country somewhere. So just because I'm, you know, I kind of like not having neighbors, honestly. But as far as the things to do in a city, I always thought when I would take, because I grew up outside Pittsburgh, when I would take trips to Pittsburgh to see, like we did fundraisers in school for my choral program, and we would take trips to go see Broadway shows in Pittsburgh. And that was probably my favorite thing to do in high school. Let's go to see all those shows. Never got to take a trip as cool as as cool as yours though. You live in a super small city. It's probably the largest. Yeah, New York size was very overwhelming, and you hate neighbors too. I can't wait to get out of my apartment. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. Um, it's uh, it's uh, it's just like a privacy thing, I guess. I just like, you know, yeah, I'm just not a big fan of neighbors per se. So, just like a little bit of space. In Florida, you know, our houses are pretty close together here. In Florida, they were actually even closer together. And I remember the one house to one side, my neighbor would, well, there were two different people who lived in the house. There was a few families who lived in that house, but one of them would go every Friday night. He would get drunk after work and go out in the backyard and sing 80 songs to his radio. And I wished, you know, that I didn't have to listen to it. Although now it's pretty funny actually to think about that. But yeah, he was interesting. And the other people would do like big events, big family events, and I believe that they dug a pit to like roast a pig in their backyard, which I thought was really odd. So I don't have that anymore, but yeah, I'd still prefer no neighbors if I had the choice. My grandparents used to live in this house that was just a little bit in the country, just a little bit, and but you couldn't like walk to it, right? You had to take a car to it because there was no sidewalks there, and so I always thought that would be nice because nobody ever came to like visit except when you like knew they were coming. Where, you know, other places that I've lived, you know, people just walk up. They feel like they can. So that would be my preference. You want neighbors so far that you don't need curtains or a fence. Nice. I agree. I agree. All right, that's looking pretty good, I think. But yes, I definitely agree. All right, so that's pretty good. We're gonna let that dry, I think. And I'm going to come back to the cone. So let's go back here, and I'm going to bring this shape out. And again, we're just kind of working all over the place today, but we're trying to refine everything just a little bit. So I'm going to go in with just some white. And just a touch of yellow. We're going to do kind of the same thing we did with the vanilla up here. I'm just going to use a touch of yellow and a touch of this pyrrole red. And what I want to do is try to address mostly this area, but also this area here. And I'm going to probably switch to a different brush and not use this one, the stipply brush, over too much of this. Just a little bit. And I'm just going to soften this just a little bit too as I go. That looks a lot better, I think. Again, it's just going to be a very gradual process today, but it's a lot better than when we started. So after I do this part, what I'm going to do next, actually, is I'm going to do a little bit different than what I've been doing. I'm going to go in and I'm probably going to flip this upside down, and I'm probably going to start to refine some of the areas where I feel like some of my details are getting a little bit murky, because I have their shapes in there, but nothing really looks very real right now. So this might be, we'll have to see, might be one of those cases where, you know, I'm getting the shapes and the colors sort of right. But again, I don't like when I go a little bit too pasty. And so again, the way that I fix that is I put a solid glaze over everything, which seems like I'd be working backwards, but I got to be willing to work backwards a little bit. So we're going to just see how this goes. Something I might be able to do the glaze, maybe just in parts later on after this dries. But I really know I need to get in there and start to refine things now. just get through the cone and then we'll go back. And I think actually the part of the area that I really want to fix is this, because I feel like this looks like, I try to go to what looks like the worst in the piece, and I feel like this looks like the worst right now. So I might try to go in there and try to start to fix that a little bit. All right, so again, I'm looking okay, I feel. Just gonna go a little bit further. I don't want to go too crazy with this again. Just a little bit heavier here, and a little bit further over. Just a little bit. All right, so I'm going to rinse my brush off, I think, for right now. And I'm going to go to this bottom part, but I'm going to use a different brush. Just because it's a little more detailed down here. And I've got so many brushes on my palette. Probably a little overboard right now, but that's okay. But I want to go in here and see there's this interesting area. I'm going to make this a little bit more yellowy. I don't want it to get quite that light. There's this interesting area that where these darker areas are, which are like the edges of these rolls in the cone, but inside them there's kind of some highlights in here. We're just going to kind of do a little sketchy motion. I don't want to get the paint too heavy in here. I want to kind of try to mimic my stipply brush as best I can without actually using the stipply brush, because it won't give me as much control. But I have this part inside the lines here, so it's essentially like here and here. Right there. So like I said, sometimes when I'm painting, it's really like I'm drawing. This is definitely like a drawing part, where I don't actually have any, pencil lines or anything, because this area was too light for me to really draw out. But painting in these very bright accents, that works. I'm just going to go right now. These should be a little more yellowy, but I think what I'm going to do right now is just put in the shape, let it dry, and then, you know me, I'll come back and I'll glaze over it again. And I don't want to do this one. This one's a little bit of a harder edge here, so that's probably too much. But I will put the yellow glaze over them a little bit later. It does have yellow in it, but it's not quite right. So just a little bit there. I haven't painted one of these cones actually in a long time. I've been painting those sugar cones more. But I knew that this was going to be relatively complicated, and sugar cones in their own right are quite complicated because there's so many little pieces to them, so many little sections. So I was trying to cut myself a little bit of slack by putting this in this regular ice cream cone, but because I haven't painted them in so long, they are presenting their own challenges to me. That happens. So yeah, this area, if you remember I mentioned earlier, it kind of is a little murky in here because my thumb was covering. I try to be real careful about that when I photograph things, but yeah, my thumb was up too high on the cone, and so I don't have a clear picture here, so I kind of just fudged it in Photoshop real quick, and I just have to try to imagine what it would look like, which is essentially me trying to sort of replicate what's going on above it in this section. And then also this shape is a little bit curved in because there's another layer to this that kind of mimics this side. Just shrink that down a little bit. But this is pretty rough right now. This one's pretty rough. Just want to try to get these shapes in here, and I don't want to go too crazy committing to things. They want you to, you know, they say, drawing professors will tell you don't commit to something too soon because you might have to change it. So that's kind of the stage that I'm at right now, is I don't want to commit to this too soon with a lot of big, heavy marks. I want to just see if I'm getting it sort of in the ballpark. So I think I am. I think it's working. Sort of, anyway. So I did mention yesterday too that, you know, I have my vegetable experiment going on, and I am doing better with the stuff that's outside, but I'm very pleased that I found a few more baby tomatoes on my tomato plants inside. So I was very surprised by that. So I think I'm up, this might not sound like much, but I think I'm up to like 5 or 6 little tomatoes and some very, very tiny ones that are forming. So for just growing them in my kitchen, I'm pretty impressed with myself. Yeah, more tomatoes. Plus these ones I don't have to worry about pests and stuff because they're growing in the Aero garden. So yeah, I was very happy about that. They're little baby ones, but you know, it was an experiment. I planted something it really wasn't supposed to be planted in an Aero garden. So sometimes people plant tomatoes, but I planted. They usually plant like a smaller bush variety of like a cherry tomato, and I planted a regular tomato plant, but with baby cherry gold tomatoes. So they are, yeah, definitely an experiment. It's my science experiment in the kitchen. All right, this looks so much better now. So much better. I also was very pleased to see, I don't know if it will work out, but I planted corn outside and just a few. And I bought a variety of seed that says it was container friendly. And so I have them in a little container. I have 6 plants. They say you can plant that many. I have 6 little plants, and a few of them are knee high because they always say, you know, knee high by the 4th of July. So I was so proud of them. I held them up to the window for my husband, and I think he was less impressed, but I'm impressed by it. So we'll see. We'll see if the corn experiment works or not. It's very hard because they just don't have much sunshine back there, and most of this stuff really needs a lot more sun. But I like having the kitchen garden going because we just don't we get a very short growing season. Like it stays cold here until the end of May, and then it gets cold again in early October. So it's a very short growing season. So it's not really relying on the outside garden. That's not really feasible, I don't think. But I'm trying to make it work. I'm trying to figure it out a little bit more each time, each week. All right, so I think that's good. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and start to work on this stuff in here because it really needs it. So, so we're going to turn this, I think. We're going to turn this. And I'm going to go in and let's just try to create a little shadow over here and maybe fade this pink ice cream out a little bit more like what it is down here. So to do the little shadow, let's go in and make something with yellow, my cadmium red, and this phthalo blue. So that's kind of like a go-to. I mix it at various proportions, but that is kind of my go-to for certain shadow areas. Not the first layer usually, but some of the subsequent layers. But this one is kind of a light shadow because it's just a thin little area here. Just a thin drip on the ice cream. So I'm just going to go right around there. Small brush. And just curve that out a little bit. And I'm going to go even thinner over here. And we're going to brush that back a little bit. All right, so I'm going to go in now and I'm going to try to, I've got a little bit of this pink left here. I'm just going to try to taper this out. And I need to go in with a heavier pink down in here. So let's go in with my red. Again, this is kind of the go-to. So cadmium red, phthalo blue, and yellow. Again, I really like a simplified palette because I feel like a simplified palette just makes it kind of forces you to see what you can do with just a limited number of colors. So again, I only really typically work with, what is this again? I always lose count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 colors plus maybe 3 others that I rotate in once in a while. But that's it. I just see what I can mix. And so just see here if I can try to create some sense of form on this little drip. And I'm just gonna kind of taper out this edge with just a little bit of medium on my brush. Because again, I don't like to blend. It's a good start. So we're just gonna go in and just, I really kind of obsess about my paint being flat. I don't like texture. I don't like it to look like it. I don't like anything to be raised. So I do try to fix that as I can. All right, so I'm going to go in and I'm going to try to fix all of this section right now. Because again, we're at this very rough stage. So I'm going to turn this back. Just wanted to check to see how my drip was going. Just want to soften that edge just a little bit if I can. All right, so we look for landmarks, right? Things that we know need to be there and are correct, and then try to work around it and find the other places. So I can see this is a landmark and this is a landmark, but my colors aren't quite right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in with, again, this is my go-to at this stage, not in my early stages, but at this stage. This is a go-to for my shadowy colors, which is the pyrrole red, or excuse me, the cadmium red, the phthalo blue, and the yellow. And what I want to do is just use in various combinations of those, just create a really dark color that I can go in and put this line in here, right here. And so this is a little bit purpley. So we neutralize purple with yellow, right? So just add a little bit of yellow. Let's just see how this works. Again, we try it, and then if it doesn't work, we try again. But I like that. I think that worked. So right now we have all of like the base foundation of all of our sections, and now we get to go in and start doing details, and details will really make this thing come to life. And I might work back and forth, you know, again, bringing out more with this kind of stipply layer, but the details are, they're kind of my thing. So that is what that's what I'm going to aim for today, for the rest of the day here. We're going to aim for details. Now, details doesn't always mean that I'm going to, you know, use a tiny brush, although mostly I do. But for example, so we have these little lines in here, but then how do I create this, right? How do I create this very kind of odd looking texture section over this? So my thought is, and you know, there's no right answer. There's things that work for me and things that don't. So my thought is I'm just going to take a little bit of this color first, which is this darker color, and I'm going to stipple this in with this tiny brush, and then I'm going to take a different brush and kind of disperse it a little bit, and then I'm going to take a little bit of white mixed into that and do the same thing. So what I'm doing is trying to create like a few different related colors in there. That's why I'm using this same color. And I think I'm just going to add a tiny bit more red to it. Sometimes when I add white, it makes it just a little bit too dulled down. But I'm going to take that in there, and again, just try. Like I don't want to use like a traditional brush stroke. I really like to use the this kind of weird feathery, stipply motion, because I feel like that is what more realistically feels like the ice cream, or whatever texture it is that I am creating, whatever implied texture it is. So again, I'm just going to go in here and then I want to go in with an even lighter color, a lighter version of this, and try to add that to the mix as well. And then what I'm going to do is just, again, it's what I always do. I let it dry and then I come back to it and fix it a little bit more. So we'll just try to do that right now, and then we'll move on to this other section here. And by adding a little bit of white and tapering this out, it actually starts to look like it bleeds into this very light pink layer a little bit better than it did before. So again, it's kind of an odd way, I get it, kind of an odd way of painting, but my primary concern is that I want to try to emulate as best I can the textures that I'm painting without actually using texture. I want to try to make it look like it's organic as opposed to just a block of paint. So I use a variety of methods to achieve that. I'm going to mix up some more of that color, very similar-ish, and try to do this section in here. I might actually be able to get away with this little bit to just start. If I just put a little bit of yellow and a little bit of white in there. So let's just start with that and just see. So you want to think about, I want to think about anyway, how these different sections of the ice cream are, like in the photo, literally melting into each other. And so for that, they need transitions. So what I do is I block in all the major shapes first, and then I go over it in my detailing part, which is now, and try to start to do the transitions. So it just kind of starts to look like how the ice cream melts into the other flavor. All right, so we're going to do the same thing down here, just around the edge. B. Sadie, are you rating me? That's so nice. Thank you so much. Let's flip this back around, just so we can see if we're doing it right. You are. It's so nice to see you. I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. I hope your stream went well today. Mostly lurkers, but they are sweeties. Well, you know what? I can deal with sweetie lurkers. That's good. Thank you so much, everyone. My name's Kim, so thank you so much for visiting. If it's your first time here, I am an acrylic painter, and I paint a lot of ice cream. So today we're painting a Neapolitan. And we're going to try to do as much as we can on it to try to get it to look really, really nice. So welcome, and please feel free to hang out and just lurk or spend some time with us. You're welcome to chat if you would like to. But yeah, we just try to keep it very upbeat and peaceful here. So thank you so much. We're doing pretty good on this. It's come a lot farther than it was earlier today. And yeah, we're just going to keep working on it. So right now I'm just trying to kind of adjust this. So I'm not very far along with that yet. But we're just trying to adjust the way that the ice cream melts into the other ice cream flavor here. So really this is just like a back and forth layering process of trying to get these to kind of look like they're bleeding into each other. Always fun to discover new art streamers. Thank you so much. So how did your stream go today, D-Sadie? And what were you doing? What were you working on? So we're aiming to get something really realistic. Right now it looks a little funky, I get that. But I'm gonna just show you real quick for everybody who just came in. This is one of my finished ones. We work in lots of layers. And so we just try to go, here's another one. We just try to grow gradually and just keep building up sections until it looks really realistic. So we're actually only like 7 hours into this one, 8 hours into this one. Typically they take me 40. So finished 2 practice pieces on new paper. Not my fave, but not the worst. Well, you know what? You're making art, so it can't be that terrible, right? But I do understand. Sometimes you like certain things better than you like other things. So very much understood. Well, yeah, like I said, I paint a lot of food, so welcome everyone. I try very hard to just kind of talk through my process, tell you some weird stories, mostly about things when I lived in Florida or working at Disney World or my husband working at Disney World. Those are the kinds of things that I try to share. Just some other things. I talk about my garden because I'm trying to learn, and so I just try to keep it real positive. So I am new here, but I really appreciate you being here. And like I said, you're welcome to lurk or chat or what I really hope is that sometimes we love us a good garden. Oh, I'm so glad. And then that's my kind of peeps. So I don't know if I have a good garden, but I have a functioning garden, at least a small functioning garden. So, but yeah, I try. I'm working on it. I'm learning. So, and Miss Cupie, she's been wonderful. She's been here all day. So I really appreciate her being here. And yeah, just try to keep some positive, peaceful vibes in here. So mostly at this point, this is going to be just me going in to small sections and gradually building things out. I use that term a lot, gradually building things out, but I want to try essentially to create the most realistic piece that I can, but you know, it's going to end up being like my paintings are flat. They don't actually have any texture. And so I just go in and I just keep working back and forth to imply the form and the texture. And like I said, I'm only about 7 hours in. I'm going to push really hard to try to do as much as I can today and tomorrow. I am going to be on here again tomorrow from 2 to 6 Eastern time at least. And so I am hoping that I might, if I get really lucky, be able to finish it tomorrow. I'm not sure, but we're going to try. So right now, I just kind of want to go around. I always say that painting for me is like a puzzle, because what I'm trying to do is give myself more visual information as I go. And so that's really all I'm trying to do right now. is just give myself a little more visual information than I had a few minutes ago. And that will tell me where I need to go next in my painting. All right, so I want to try, I'm going to turn this. I turn my paintings often. Need to grab some food since you skipped it? Oh, I understand. I skipped it yesterday. So you'll be lurking and looking good. Thank you so much, D. Sadie. It is so kind of you. And yes, please take care of yourself. And I appreciate you so much waiting. I will be sure to return the favor sometime. So thank you very, very much. So I'm just going to go in here. I'm going to change colors actually. I want to try to address this area right here. Right here. So I turn my paintings a lot because I want to see them more objectively. So by turning them, it helps my brain to reset from where I was a few moments ago. So I'm going to go in with some dark blue, a little bit of red, and a little bit of yellow. So that's going to be kind of a darker bluish brown. That's what I'm aiming for. I have a brown color in there, but it doesn't look like it's quite right. And so I just want to see if I can get something a little bit closer. All right, let's just see. It's a little too dark. So I think the tone is right. I just think I need to add some white. It's not so bad. Could be better, but we come back. We always circle back. So I do welcome you if you are an artist in particular. Please feel free to share what you do. I love to hear what other artists are working on. And I have mentioned I come by it honestly because I used to work at an art magazine years ago. So I love to talk to artists about how they work and what they love. And so please feel free to share. But again, if you don't feel comfortable with that, that's totally fine. I just want everybody to feel like they can be themselves in here. So again, I will talk through my process. I do things a little bit weird as a painter, paint in a very unusual way, which is lots of layers back to front. And so things look a little bit rough at this point, but we just keep building our layers out. And I just aim to get things looking as realistic as I can. But I also, I paint happy art. So that's what I try to do. I mostly paint food. That is kind of my specialty. But whatever it is, I mostly paint happy art. So if you're curious, you can look on my website, which is kimtestone.bsky.social. And I paint ice creams, and I paint these cookie and gingerbread scenes as well. And yeah, so that's my thing. Some other still life. But whatever it is, I aim it for it to be happy. I want it to evoke positive emotions. So I'm going to go in here. We did a lot on this pink layer today. We did all these sections actually, a lot. But I'm going to go in here with a different brush, and I'm just going to try to, again, work in this section just a little bit. I think I want to mix up a nice brownish color that's going to bring some of this melted chocolate into this section, and then I'll go back and work on some of these highlights. So I'm just going to work back and forth. To get this color brown, I think what I'm going to do is use cadmium red, with a little bit of phthalo blue and my yellow, which is cadmium yellow. And I'm just going to adjust this until I feel like I get it right. Sometimes I get my color mixes right away. Sometimes I don't. And we're going to have to add a little bit of white to that. And I think maybe just a touch more blue. So blue kind of dulls things down. And then what I'm going to do is, I think that's a good color. I'm going to actually kind of go around the edge of this just a little bit. I'm going to kind of feather it out a little bit. Try to do as best I can with the shapes. I use a lot of acrylic medium. And then what I'm going to do before this dries, I'm going to try to fix things just a little bit, but before it dries, I'm going to go in with my stipply brush. And oh, thank you so much, Bite Me Medusa. Aw, thank you. You came in on the Sadie raid. I really appreciate it. Yes, we're aiming for realism, so we're at a very early stage, but that is what we're aiming for. So we're just going to go in, and then so what I do, I use this little brush a lot. This is what I call my stipply brush. It's just a very broken down old brush, and so I'm going to take a little bit of medium on it, and I'm going to go right over these marks that I just made and kind of feather them out, remove a little bit of the paint. And again, my goal for this is gradually, that that cookie gingerbread scene, thank you so much. That is a labor of love. I built a real life cookie gingerbread scene that took me a week and has 5 adjacent buildings. And then I painted the gingerbread scene was 3 feet long and the painting was 4 feet long. And so the painting actually took me about 400 hours. Yeah. So, yes, it was a labor of love, and I was in a painting trance for like a month or longer. I worked on that at the same time that I worked. Yeah, thanks. I worked on that at the same time I was working on a 5-foot tall painting of a fudge ripple ice cream cone. So it was intense. It was very intense. But yes, I appreciate it. I'm so glad you like that one because that's one of my favorites actually. There's 6 little animal cookies that are hidden in there, or animal. Some of them are cookies and some of them are little silhouettes in the windows if you can find them. But yeah, that was one of my favorite pieces to work on. So thank you. I actually, one part in that was really wonderfully difficult, and I think it was my favorite part of the painting in the end, is the trees. So the trees are sugar cookie trees that have the dry Lucky Charms cereal on them mixed with green frosting. And when I first saw one of your pieces, I thought it was a picture. Thank you so much, QFX. I really appreciate that. Um, Thanks. That's the goal, I guess. It's to make it look like that, to make it look like it's real. I really appreciate that. Yeah. So I didn't, so I'm replicating that in paint. Bite me, Medusa. So I'm replicating that in paint. So in real life, it was very cool. In paint, it was incredibly difficult to reproduce. QP, thanks. Seriously photorealistic. It's nuts. I appreciate that. Incredibly difficult to reproduce. And so what I would do is kind of like I'm doing now, where I work back and forth with the layers of paint. But I did that, and I think to make that greenery on those trees, to get all of those. If you haven't seen this yet, please go look at it because it would make me feel good. To get all of those little shapes of the Lucky Charms in there, I just worked back and forth. I think it was some ridiculous number of layers of paint, like 10, 12, 14 layers, something crazy. So, so just working back and forth. But anyway, yeah, that was definitely a labor of love. I loved it. So thank you so much, Bite Me Medusa. I really appreciate it. So, all right. So I'm doing pretty good here. And I think that, again, today we're just kind of going in. We did a lot on this so far today, but we're just going to try to go in and clean up some of the details, just a handful of the details. And then um, tomorrow, I'm really hoping that we're going to build things out. Again, maybe if I get really lucky, maybe. Did I go to art school? I did go to school for art, but I did not paint for like 12 or 13 years after that. And I went to work at an art magazine, a small art magazine, because I wanted to work in the arts after a while. So I did a number of jobs out of school. Um, but I wanted to work back in the arts. So I went to work for a small art magazine. I got to interview lots of artists. And after about 5 years, I was like, I'm just going to learn to do this. So I started watching YouTube videos and I started reading books because I feel like I came out of art school a pretty lousy artist, honestly. Um, but you know, there's some things that I learned, but I do think that as a painter, I'm mostly self-taught, and then so I would credit the books on my shelf and YouTube and just a lot of experimentation for how I paint and what I paint. So I'm gonna flip this upside down now. Sometimes this helps me again. I just want to see things from a new perspective. So I want to go back in just a little bit with this color. And again, this is just going to be a gradual layering of all of this. So it might not look too impressive right now, right? But I promise it will get there. I've painted somewhere around 150-ish ice cream cones, something like that. So eventually they do look nice. They just look a little rough in the beginning. Do you do portraits too? So I don't typically do portraits. Um, I have done some portrait work. When I was young, I mentioned that I mentioned earlier that I worked at Disney World and I used to do like caricatures. I did a lot of dark self-portraits in college, and I did do some figurative painting in like the first body of work that I did. So I painted stadiums, baseball stadiums in Florida, the concession stand areas, and I always had a figure in there. So, but I would say as far as like faces and stuff, it's not my passion, so I can muddle by, but I'm not great at it. I think the people who are really great at it do it a lot. So I more consider myself a still life painter. But yeah, that's just me. Do you do portraits? I really, again, I love to know about like what people do. So please feel free to share. Aw, bite me, Medusa. I appreciate that. No, I think that was a weird faux pas from the that was a weird faux pas from the system. So I apologize for that. QFX, yes, in an amateur way. Well, you know what? Everybody starts somewhere, so I wouldn't sell yourself short. If you're able to do portraits, I am sure that you will get to the point that you want to be at. Do you have a favorite portrait artist that you really like? Bite Me Medusa, such incredible work, and the ice creams are blowing you away. And oh my God, the recipe cards. Yeah, thank you. Oh, you saw my recipe cards? I don't even remember where I have those, but I appreciate it. Those are very difficult to paint, actually. I haven't done those in quite a while. Um, but yeah, I enjoyed it. It was kind of a weird thing for me. Oh, on Instagram. Okay. Yeah, it was kind of a weird thing when I was learning to paint like trompe l'oeil pieces back in the day, that I was just looking for objects around my house, and so I was like, well, I'll just start painting recipe cards because they're very accessible. So thank you. I'm glad you like them. I am not going to pronounce that first name because I'm sure I will say it wrong, QFX. But and Da Vinci, okay, very nice. Um, you might enjoy, as far as like a modern portrait artist. Um, Let me think. What I just had his name and now it went out of my head. Oh, David Kassan, that's his name. Kassan, if you want to look him up. But his portraits are really lovely, and I would say they're in a very classical style. And I actually think that he teaches classes online. Has some portrait classes. I'm not sure if they're like live classes or recorded classes, but yeah, he's pretty amazing. You guys are all so nice. Thank you so much for being here. All right, so I'm just gonna go in and I'm gonna kind of do the same thing. This is just like a first pass on this. So we're just kind of gonna do a first pass on this part too. So I have this color mixed up. I just wanna go in and again, just starting. We have like a lot of base stuff done, but we need to go in and refine things. And so that is what I'm gonna spend the rest of my time doing today. Mary Cassatt and many of her contemporaries are most of my favorites. Nice. Mary Cassatt is a wonderful and very unappreciated artist, and um, it's nice that you cited her because she's one of my favorites too. Actually, um, doesn't get enough credit for her contributions. All right. So what I can see here is I want to go in with something that is kind of a little bit. I'm going to put a little more red in there and a little bit of white. And again, I bounce around a lot, so I don't always get everything right the first shot, but I just keep trying until I do. And so every little bit that I get out helps me to put the next part out. It tells me where to go. It's my map. So I'm just going to flip this right side up again. I want to blow this up a little bit. Again, I try to work at a 1-to-1 ratio whenever I can because it means there's less work for my brain. And anything I can do, because I really want the paintings to end up good, so anything that I can do to alleviate extra steps for my brain trying to size things up or down, that is what I do. All right, we're just going to go in with an even lighter color in here, just a little bit before this section dries. And sometimes, it's hard to see how this is going to be in the end, but I promise, if you're patient. You drew up with a ton of chalk pastels and love watching Impressionism a lot. Nice. Whose comment was that? Oh, Bite Me Medusa. Nice. And you love Impressionism a lot. So your favorite artist, well, you like Mary Cassatt. Is there anyone else that you particularly like from the Impressionists? I think that I think there's certain artists that every female artist should at the very least learn about. You did caricatures of people at Disney World? I did. I did. So I did those in 2000. I'm old. In 2001, 2001, and then I did silhouettes. So cut out, your silhouette after that. So yes, I did the caricatures at Animal Kingdom not long after it opened, and then I did the silhouettes at Magic Kingdom. So yeah, so those were fun jobs. They were different. Like I was saying earlier to Kewpie in here, um, the biggest thing was just the heat, because you have to wear, at least in the Magic Kingdom. Animal Kingdom wasn't so bad. I could wear shorts. It was a specific uniform, like a costume, but it was shorts and a button-down jersey. But at Magic Kingdom, I was ever did one of Gaston? No, I never did. I never did. Is that your favorite, Gaston? But at Magic Kingdom, I had to wear this big, heavy dress that weighed like 50 pounds. It was terrible. It was not fun when it was, like 100 degrees outside. That was not fun. Um, yeah, never did anything of Gaston. He's funny. Yeah, I love the Beauty and the Beast show at the studios. So that's a good thing for Gaston. I think he's in the parks more now than he was back in those days, in Magic Kingdom at least. But yeah, it was an enjoyable time. I mentioned, my favorite thing actually about it wasn't so much. I mean, I learned a lot, like from an artist point of view, because you have to be able to be efficient and get things done in very short amounts of time, because they want you to hit certain quotas when you do the work every hour. But but my favorite was simply when the end of the day would come and the Spectro Magic Parade would come down the street. And so if I was working at the silhouettes, I could stop because nobody wanted to have their silhouette cut at night during the parade. And so I got to see Spectro Magic every night, which was beautiful. Let me just see here what. Degas, Toulouse-Lautrec, Monet. Those names are the easiest to remember. Trying to think of some of the others. Blanking on so many names. I'll comment on that when you come back here, Bite Me Medusa. So Bite Me Medusa, I just read your list, and yes, it was lovely. It was lovely working there during the parade. So that was my favorite. The tremendous sweat during the parades were worth it for the rest of the job, just because I got to see Spectrum Magic so much. But I saw your list of all of those artists, and yes, all wonderful. And I am not great with names either, so I totally understand. I took so many art history courses, but I'm like really bad with names. So it's all right. I totally understand. You know what you like when you see it. Do you prefer acrylic over oil? I do. Yes, QFX. So this is acrylic, and I did do oils for that baseball stadium series that I mentioned when I did the figures at the concession stands. But I like working in this process where I work very quickly and then go back and just work layer over layer over layer. I did work in layers in my oils, blended a little bit, but what does it say? It's like, oh, I'm the guy with the colors. Yeah, that's right, Piping Medusa. Um, but I don't like the drying time. I don't like the cleanup of oils. Um, I used to end up with so much fuzz on my oil paintings, and it would frustrate me really bad. So I don't want my art to be frustrating. And so I think there's lovely things about oil, certainly, but yeah, it's not for me. I have a hard time with it. I've considered going back to it every once in a while just to experiment because, you know, sometimes this process of doing this in all these layers, it's very time consuming. And I'm like, well, maybe I would just be more efficient, but I don't even know if I could really work in oils anymore. Like, I'm so accustomed to doing it this way. So I'm not sure I could go back. But, you know, like I said, everybody's different. Everybody has different preferences, different ways that they work. So what I do is just, you know, like, I'm happy to share what I do and how I do it, because I struggled really hard at the beginning to figure out how to do things, and I had a hard time finding information. Let me see here. So I've never taken art history classes, but I had great luck growing up in big cities. Oh, with parents who loved art museums. Nice. So you went frequently, but you've not had any formal schooling on it. But nice. That's very nice. I very rarely got to see art in person when I was young because I grew up outside of the city in the country, and a small rural town. And so I don't even remember the first time I went to an art museum. So I didn't go. I don't have much experience with that. When I was older, I went to some, but yeah, as a kid, you're very lucky. You're very lucky. How long does this need to dry? So I've already put like a few coats on this today. So I just have to work through it and then it'll dry, and then I just go back and I put another coat on. So acrylic has like different stages of drying, and then there's something called curing. So curing takes a little bit longer. That's when all the final like chemical bonds form. But as far as like dry to the touch, it'll be totally dry by like dry to the touch, really like within a couple hours, if not less. And really completely by like tomorrow. So if there's any places, but I work really thin, you know, like, so the painting doesn't have any texture on it, right? It's totally flat. So there's nothing sticking up on there. If you work in really thick layers, then it will add very much more to the drying time. So acrylic, like if you work in really thick layers, then what you'll get is like a skin that forms over the acrylic first, but all the stuff that's chunky inside will still be wet. So it'll take a long time to get the rest of that to dry, if that makes sense. All right, I'm going to go back to this section over here. I'm going to take some of my white, and I'm going to take this other, let me see here. You did a Grizel in oil, and it still wasn't dry weeks later. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't dry months later. Yeah, I feel your pain. I feel your pain. Like, I will tell you, you know, like, I struggled with so much about oils, even like varnishing, you know, I just don't. Like, I varnished a couple paintings. And among the many problems that I had with the oils is one time I shipped something and it sat out in the heat and it imprinted all of the packing materials onto the varnish. And so I had to strip it off. And if your oils aren't totally dry, then it will strip off some of your oils as you go. And so now all these years later, I don't actually varnish my paintings at all. So I just, I try to make them very structurally sound with my acrylic medium woven through all of my layers of paint, and I'll put some seal on the bottom, but or on the top of it. But yeah, I don't mess with varnish anymore. But yeah, I've had it happen to a couple oil paintings. I don't like them. I just don't like working with them. What was this? Yeah, super lucky for sure. And we were in DC for a long time, and all the Smithsonian museums are free. So yeah, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, definitely very lucky that you got to have those experiences because, like I said, us country folk, we didn't get that. So, so it's something that yeah, I always envied for other people. Like I said, I don't remember. I can't really remember the first time. I know the first museum that I went to was a small art museum in my county, just a very tiny one. And then I went to the Carnegie Museum of Art in Pittsburgh. So that was probably the first big one that I went to. Do you always dechroma by adding complementary color? I would say I do a lot. I don't want to say, like I say, I'm happy to share what I do here, but I don't want to claim that I'm a teacher. And so the things I do are right for me and they work for me, but I don't want to declare it like gospel, and so I try to be real careful about that. But for me, what I do is I have, and you can Google this if you want, if you're curious. There's a really good article on color theory that I occasionally mention by Professor Stephen Knudsen, and he was a professor, I think he still is a professor, at Savannah College of Art and Design, and he uses something called the dual color wheel, which is essentially what this is on my palette. So I use 2 blues, 2 reds. They each have a different purpose. So if you're interested in learning about like this kind of method, that's a good place to start for that. There's also this book. Where is it? This book right here. This is the best color theory book that you can get. Color and Light by James Gurney. So if you really want to learn about color theory, that's the book to pick up. So I'm happy to answer anything that I can, but I don't want to. Yeah, I just don't want to claim too much. You're literally running an art study book club on that right now. Are you really? On that book? That's funny. Yeah, James Gurney is a wonderful painter. And like I said, I learned a lot about what I paint from these books. And I learned a lot from talking to other artists, and I learned a lot just, That's Crazy by Me Medusa. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good. And honestly, like the later parts of it, I've been making art for a long time, but some of it is a little advanced for me. He's so lovely with giving his knowledge. Agreed. Some of it is a little advanced for me. So I just kind of take what take what I can, what I think is useful for me, and then, aspire to learn more. Because I always think we should all be learning more, right? As we go. We all learn a little bit more every time we make a painting or a drawing or whatever it is, whatever project we're on. We should always learn every time. So I feel like I'll use the excuse that it gives me room to learn. But it's nice when there's artists who are so willing to share what they have done to make the work that they make. So I'm just trying to bring out just a little bit more of the highlights in this section. Again, at this point today, especially, um, just because I've done a lot on the painting and I need to really take it to the next level. So at this point, I'm just going to kind of bounce around. And like I said, there's people who are much more structured with this, but I just bounce around and try to work on whatever I feel like needs to be worked on next. So usually I look at whatever I think is the weakest part of my painting, and that's what I'm drawn to. So let's do that again. And this one I'm using a different, the brighter red. My lower coats here were the duller red. The pyrrole red really makes things pop, and for me, that's what I've found helps to give my pieces dimension, the appearance of dimension anyway. Yeah, I think that I learned a lot in school about certain things, and there's certain I don't know, phrases and sayings and maybe work habits that I adapted, but really I think that, especially because in my particular college, that this kind of painting would have been frowned on. This, tight realism was not something they were teaching, and that was what I wanted to do. So it wasn't particularly useful for me in that regard. But my degree is in like drawing. That was my specialty, and so there are certain things that I certainly remember that I do employ. But I do think that having the education certainly helped me to get a lot of opportunities that I wouldn't have had otherwise. But if you want to, it depends on how driven you are. So like when I came back to painting years later, after I was, in different jobs, um, and I was in my mid 30s, and I was just determined. So what I would do is, I read voraciously, I watched a lot of videos, and I would wake up an hour early every morning before work, sometimes two, and I would paint, and I would come home after work and after dinner and everything, and I would paint. And so after 6 or 8 months of doing that, then I eventually left my job and took the risk to be a painter. So but it being a painter requires requires risk. That's really interesting. Someone who has a rather sketchy style, I always feel like more realistic things are better accepted. Yeah, I mean it's different. You know what I think? I feel like artists need to be true to themselves and what. But it's really rough that your school wasn't supportive. Well, it's just that they had different priorities, and ultimately I've said, I remember like they had an MFA program, or excuse me, not an MFA, a BFA program, and I only did the bachelor's degree. And I remember when I went to the exhibition for the BFA graduates, that every piece of art looked the same. Everybody's paintings looked the same as everybody else's, and it's because they had painted one particular style, and that was what basically the teachers were, into. And so I remember that being very, telling. And I just remember coming out and feeling very disappointed, that I wasn't better. And I did go to work at Disney not long after that, and just as a little character artist, a lowly character artist, but at least I got to do something that felt a little bit more like me. And I think that, you know, I don't think that anyone should tell I don't like to, I'm not for rules. I don't like rules very much. I don't think anyone should tell anyone else what to do or how to do it. So I think that artists need to figure that out for themselves with a lot of experimentation. I feel like when I worked at the magazine, the art magazine, that was like the best job that I had. That's great that you could do what felt more like you. Yeah, eventually. It took a long time though. It took many, many years to come back and feel comfortable, and then many, many years of practice to, you know, feel like, and I'm still learning, but to feel like I was at a point where I felt like it was me. Um, and so I was really lucky when I worked at the magazine, because what I did was I treated that like I have before me the opportunity to talk to all of the great painters in the country if I want to. And so that's what I did. I would pick out the painters that I liked, that I thought would work well for the readers and for the magazine, and I asked them all the questions that I thought that the readers would like to know about. You know, the magazine was about being a professional artist, and so I would ask them all of the questions about both how they managed their careers, how they learned to paint or draw or whatever, sculpt or whatever that they were able to do. And yeah, so I learned a lot from those people as well along the way. And I was very lucky to be able to do that. And very, very lucky. This is probably the part that I thought was the best about that job, is simply that I got to look at so much art. And I think that that is probably the thing that I think holds people back the most, is just simply not exposing yourself to as much art, other people's art, as you should, to learn really. Like, I used this comparison before, but did you ever see the movie with Julia Roberts, Runaway Bride, right? Where she doesn't know what kind of eggs she likes. I think to figure out what kind of eggs you like, to kind of figure out who you are as an artist and what you want to do, you can't listen to what other people tell you, and you can't accept other things as gospel. You have to figure that out on your own. So that's what I did. That's what I did. And I still, again, I work on that a lot, to try to hone in on that. But yeah, I think that looking at, literally what I would do is I looked at thousands of pieces of art every month. And what I started to do back then, when I was thinking I really would love to be a painter someday, I made a folder. I made a literal folder. You don't have to do that nowadays, but I made a literal folder, and I would print things out, and I think I had a digital backup, but I would save all the images that I was attracted to, all of the art that I was attracted to. And then gradually over time, I would kind of like whittle things down, and I would figure out what it was that I truly just admired, and what it was that I wanted to paint like. And so those are kind of, for me anyway, two different things. I can admire lots of other types of art, figurative art and abstract art, and, more expressive art. But ultimately, I wanted to paint realism. That was what I wanted to do. So, if I look back on how I whittled my folder down all these years later, really, I was attracted to food painters. That was mostly what they were back then. So those were the things that I was most attracted to. Now, I went through like some phases where, again, I tried to emulate other people that I thought were things that I would like to paint, in their style. When I did that baseball stadium series, which is beautiful. I kept all those pieces because those were important to my husband and I, because we used to go to lots of baseball games. And so They were beautiful paintings, and they were beautiful oil paintings, and they were very realistic, and they were very detailed, and they were me trying to emulate an artist that I really admired. And then I realized that that just wasn't me. I mean, I really love his art, and I was good at that, but it wasn't what felt true to me. So there's there was one artist that I talked to years ago, I remember, and I asked him. He had a very distinct style, very distinct look to his pieces, and I asked him how he was able to, in my naivety, asked him how he was able to arrive at his style. And he said style isn't something that you choose. It's something that you arrive at through the natural progression of your work. I struggle often because there are things you so admire, line art, precise watercolors, but when I try to do them, I realize I love looking at them, but I hate the process so much. Yeah, that's exactly right. If it's not your thing, you can still love the art. Like, hate doing it, nothing wrong with the process. It's just my brain isn't a fan of doing it. Yeah, I think most artists, I think, love art. I think we love other people's art, but that doesn't mean that that's the kind of art that we necessarily want to make. So you just have to keep figuring it out and working through it. The pieces that I made last year, that the giant gingerbread neighborhood, those cookie paintings, and the pieces I finished earlier this year as well. I think those were a natural progression for me as a food painter to paint something that was a little bit more narrative and a little bit more complex. Um, so that has felt, I love still doing still life like this, but that body of work felt the most authentic to me. And so, you just kind of have to keep working through things to figure it out. And so now I have in my brain these evolutions of that body of work that I want to be able to address. So I'll try to do that some. Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm going to try. I did a couple little ones from that series on the stream, or mostly on the stream a week or so ago, week and a half ago, something like that. So it's something that I want to continue to address. Um, and yeah, I feel like it's something that I can't let go of because it was authentic to me. It felt purposeful. And so yeah, again, if you're curious, go check my website because I love for people to see the work. I was really happy when one of the pieces that I called the Daydreamer, which is a horse cookie, um, and I used this vintage cookie cutter from when I was a kid, but I made this horse cookie in this big field, this frosting field of cookie flowers and a gingerbread barn and a little pretzel fence and this butterfly cookie flying in the sky and a couple clouds. It's very pretty, I think, anyway. But it was my first video to truly go viral on TikTok. And so I think the video where I showed the close-up of it um, got something like 420,000 views, something like that. And what I felt was, if you read the comments on the piece, it like really connected with people. It really like tapped into something in here for a lot of people. So that was important to me to be able to do that. It was something where I felt like it had this again, I don't know if there's really a way for me to word it, but it felt authentic to me. So yeah, it's something I have to balance out with the other work that I do. But again, I really like painting still life too. There's a lot to that. And it's just a different form of still life. So, you know, so I say that I paint happy works, and it's just an evolution of that. All right, so I'm going to go in. I've got my colors pretty good roughed in here. But I think what I'm going to do now is I want to try to address this chocolate because I've been I take whimsy very seriously. You love that line. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. So thanks. Um, I'm going to go in and try to address some of this chocolate, and that's my tagline on my website, or at least that's my quote that I put. I take whimsy very seriously. So I appreciate that very much by even do so. I'm going to go in. I said earlier that on some of these shadows that there's this nice reddish kind of brown color that actually comes off of these, which I haven't quite captured here. So I'm going to try to do that. And I'm going to try to also go in and make the shadows just a little bit darker in some of the areas. Now, I don't use black, so I use dark blue and dark brown. And you can mix all kinds of variations of that using various browns and blues. But when you use something that's straight black, it tends to look very flat and a little bit dull, for my liking anyway. Some people use it and they're perfectly fine. But I need to try something a little different. So I like to do this, and I also like to do this with multiple layers. I feel like it gives me a better look than it does when I only have a single layer here. So again, I might have gotten some white in there accidentally. So let me try that again. So just a dark blue and a dark brown. That's the only thing about having this little cup of medium, is that when I get low, then sometimes I accidentally, yeah, that's a little better. Okay, sometimes I accidentally grab a little bit of paint that I've left in there. So I'm just going to go around my shadows just a little bit more and try to deepen them a little bit. And then before they're dry, before they're completely dry, I'm going to go in with that reddish color that I mentioned and see if I can just get them to pop a little bit more. And I want to make sure I don't go too crazy with my shapes so that I don't mess up any of this other lovely stippling stuff that I've done over here. But that doesn't take much, you know, even just this little bit of a shadow right here just helps to define this area. Right in here. Just a little bit. All right, so we're just going in and trying to just darken some of these shadow areas, and then before it dries, if I can, I want to go in and try to get some of that bright red color. I say bright red, it's not super bright. But I want to go right around the edges of these shadows. And I'll probably have to turn this on its side to be able to see this a little more accurately. But even just adding that little bit of shadow right over here, I'm going to do it again right up here. It really helps to imply this kind of separation and form between the chocolate and the strawberry. Just a little bit, because the light's coming down from this direction, right? So the strawberry is casting just ever so lightly a shadow. There's a comic book artist that I follow, and he said something once that I thought was very, very true. And it was, you just need to pick a direction for the light. Because when you record, or when you take photos, when you take reference photos, or no matter what source you use, there's so many different light sources coming at you. And so sometimes the light source isn't always very clear, and sometimes it creates weird things happening in your painting. So if you're just aware that you've decided that I have a light source right here, it's coming down from this direction, that's where the majority of my shadows are going to be cast, in this other direction here. So I try to keep that in mind, that it's just an awareness, a little bit of a conscious decision for me to say that my light source is over here to the left. And I want to make sure everything else follows suit. So I think we're looking pretty good. We're getting there. And I just want to put a light shadow where some of this pink is, just to acknowledge. I'm going to go back with lots of details later, but I just want to acknowledge that that pink is casting just a bit of a shadow onto this chocolate. And so it starts to kind of look, it's a little early, but it starts to kind of look like this little bit of ice cream is sitting on top of, that's the goal, right? Is sitting on top of this other bit of ice cream. Like I said, I will come back with lots and lots of details later. But right now, I just want to get kind of my, I guess I would call this my first detail layer, if that makes sense. It's just kind of refining some of the bigger shapes, even right in here. So I changed the shape this morning on my ice cream because I mentioned that when I photographed this, I was in a rush yesterday, and usually I would go in and edit heavily in Photoshop, and I didn't have time to do too much. So after I started painting it, I realized it looked tipsy. It looked like, and you can still see it a little bit in here, it looks like this is tilted a little bit too far over this way. So I went in and, you could have still made it work this way, but I prefer to make things look very balanced. So I went in and I fixed this. I kind of made this arc up heavier, and I cut in a little bit here. And then to me, it looks a little bit more balanced. But again, that's just me. You can make it work either way. But I really try to pride myself on making things look very balanced, because I use this clean white background for all my pieces. And so I feel like it kind of hinges on the subject looking very, very balanced. I also want to make sure at this point that I don't touch anything where I've already painted that still might be wet, because sometimes I do start to do that as it gets a little later in the day. But again, we're just a first pass on my details, but I think it's coming along pretty well. The goal is just to kind of preserve a lot of the work that I've done already on the piece that makes it look organic, makes it look like the texture of the ice cream, while still going in and clarifying and refining the layers and all of those really lovely details that I need to, ultimately come back to. But like I said, it's a good first pass on my details. If it's your first time here, thank you again for stopping in. I really appreciate it. My name is Kim, and I'm here 4 days a week now. I'm pretty new, but you are welcome to stop in and chat or lurk or whatever. I just want you to feel comfortable and at peace in here. And I'll talk through my process and tell you some weird stories. And we'll talk about art. Who doesn't like talking about art, right? All right, that's pretty good on that for a first pass. I'm going to come down here. I said I was going to go in there with that red, but I think I'm going to wait just a little bit. Maybe just let that dry first. Sometimes I get a little impatient, thinking I can do things before I should. And I'm also running out of my medium, and it is in the other room, so I work in 2 different spaces. So sometimes I work very late, and I always have a lot of things going. So I have this little space, and then I have a space that's over in my living room, and so I typically leave my supplies over there, so I can't refresh my cup. Just gonna try to again do a first pass on this. Just the first pass. And I always lean back. That's a really good thing to do, is either lean back or step back from your work. If you could give an early artist the biggest advice you have now, what would it be? Let me think about that for a moment. Let me think about that. That's a good question. Like if I could go back and tell myself something back in those days. Because like I said, I didn't start back to painting. I didn't really make art from the age of roughly 23 to the age of 35. Something like that. I think that it would probably ultimately be probably a few things. I would say that you have to be true to yourself and what you want to do. Don't let anybody else tell you otherwise. If you want to better your skills, you are the only one who is responsible for that. And so you're going to have to push yourself harder than everybody else around you and seek out the information that you need. And you're going to have to be prepared to sacrifice, because being an artist is not an easy thing to do. There are if you want, I'm going to be very blunt. If you want a 9-to-5 job, if you want to have your weekends off, if you want to be able to do all the things that you want in life and, not worry about the ups and downs of the art market, not worry about what happens if you get sick, not worry about what happens if you have unexpected whatever happen in life, then you shouldn't be an artist. You have to be, so that's tough advice, right? But you're going to have to sacrifice. You're going to have to sacrifice, and you're going to have to push yourself harder. So I'm going to tell you honestly, for a very long time, I try to do much better now, but for a very long time, I was working often, 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to midnight. I haven't done this at all points but I do it occasionally for months or sometimes longer at a time. And, and there's no guarantees that come with that. So you have to be prepared to do that. You have to be prepared to do that. So I would also say, and this is extra advice, right? If you have to get a job when you're young, to be able to afford to take that risk. And I read this in an article once that was written for my magazine, and I thought it was actually brilliant advice. Consider taking a job that doesn't drain your creativity. So the article cited someone who was delivering mail and had a beautiful painting career on the side. But he had said that if he had taken a job that was something that was you think that you want to be in the arts, right? But even me, like when I was working at the magazine, that was very draining on my creativity. And so I said that painting in the morning and painting at night for like 6 months, say 8 months, something like that, because it's very taxing on you mentally to be able to balance all of those things. So it's just a consideration. Save up what you can when you're young to be able to give yourself the freedom to do things when you're older. Is that too hard of advice too? I'm going to flip this upside down. I hope that's helpful a little bit anyway to anybody out there listening. Yeah, that's probably what I would tell myself back in those days. But the biggest thing, if you take nothing else from that, there is a phrase that I remember one of my professors used to say, which is the only one who can hold you accountable is yourself. And so I don't think that you can Um, you're responsible for pushing your skills. You're responsible for working harder than everybody else, without complaint. And and if you really want this, if you really want it, if you feel like it is important, or that you have an important contribution to make to the world, or that it's just important to you, um, then find a way. I think that the world needs more artists right now. I think that the world is in a very precarious state. And so my hope is that more artists um, find their way and create work that helps to right the ship and makes the world a better place. That's my hope. So, one reason, and this is going to sound really silly, but one reason why I have a little garden that I started last year, and that I have a little garden in my kitchen, and that I'm trying to do this, is because I feel like if I can master it, if I can learn how to do this, then I can share it with you, and you can learn how to do it, and that frees up resources, even if it's just a little bit to buy supplies. If you have a little bit of extra resources so that you can experiment and not feel so trapped that you can't even afford your art supplies, then that would be worth it to me. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to learn that so that I can share it with other people. And I'm doing pretty good actually right now. So I hope that people will continue to tune in, and I will tell you about my failures and my successes with my little garden, and my painting. But yeah, that was a long answer. I hope that was a little bit helpful though. So I'm just going in here with a straight white now, but it's a little bit thinned out. And so it's just going to help me to unify some of this and bring out a little bit more highlights. There's a parable in the Bible, right? And you don't have to be a religious person at all to understand it. But the point that I'm trying to make is, it's something about when Jesus says something to a rich man, and he says, the rich man asked, how do I follow you? And he says, well, you have to leave everything behind. And the rich man looks at him and changes his mind, and then he leaves. And I think that that is how I look at art, right? How do I become an artist? You have to leave everything behind. You have to make this thing that you are willing to fight for. And there was an artist that I interviewed many years ago, and he actually said that to me. He was a wonderful landscape artist, and he painted oceans. And he said that one day he would watch movies. A lot of us occasionally will watch movies. I don't do it anymore because I find it distracting, but we'll watch movies while we paint. And he said that he was watching the Muhammad Ali movie, and it said something like, I'll fight for this. And he said that about his painting, like he's going to fight for it. And he's incredibly successful now. He fought for it. He fought his way against the odds. And I think that's what you have to be willing to do. And I think it should also be more about, boy, I'm talking a lot here. It can't be about money. That can't be why you paint or become an artist. If there's a few people like a Jeff Koons, maybe for him it's about money. Um, but most people, you just do it because you need to, because it's part of you in here, and because you feel like you have a purpose and a voice that you need to contribute something to the world. And so, again, I hope that more people are able to find their way to be able to do that. And if I can help a little bit, then I'll try. But But after that rant, I always have one per day. After that rant, I'm gonna have to actually sign off soon because I'm feeling a little woozy, and so I think that I'm gonna have to take a break. But I hope that you will all come back with me tomorrow, and like I said, I'll be on roughly at 2 o'clock tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern time. And I will hopefully be able to stay a little bit later tomorrow, I think. And we're going to see how much more we can get done on this. I hope it helped a little bit. It wasn't too long-winded. So anyway, but if it didn't help, hey, that's okay too. But I hope that you join me again. I am here again Mondays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays from 2 to 6 roughly. Sometimes I stay a little bit later. Sometimes I start just a tad later. And I hope that you'll come back. I hope that you'll come back and join me. Hang out a little bit. Talk about art. Talk about life. Find a little bit of peace away from everything. Let's see where we're at when we turn this around. Dino's the devil. Hello. Bite me, Medusa. Definitely. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Dino's the devil. I'm just getting ready to leave here in a minute. But it's so nice to see you. You just missed my rant. My rant about being an artist. What it takes to be an artist. So it's so nice to see you again. Dino's the devil is looking for a sugar daddy to fund his time-related pieces. So I do remember Dino's the devil. So if there is any sugar daddies out there willing to fund Dino's the devil's, I did actually want to. Oh, I had something to show you too, because I've looked up that piece of art that I mentioned before for you. This was just a comic book cover, and I thought that you might really like it. So let me just find it here, because it's been a little while. Oh no, maybe I've lost it. Oh crap. Oh, there it is. Can you see that? So this was a comic book panel, or comic book cover from years ago. And this is Quicksilver, if you know, from the X-Men. And at this point in the story, he has lost his powers. And doesn't every artist need a couple sugar daddies? Yeah. Well, you got to work your ass off if you don't. Um, this is Quicksilver without his powers, and everybody else is sped up behind him, and he's just looking, very still and solemn. So I just thought it was a beautiful painting. I don't know who the artist is on this, but yeah, it was one of my favorites. So I think that I lost the. You like that cover a lot? I'm glad. I don't remember what story now it is. Whatever the story was years ago, where the X-Men. Where some of the X-Men disappear and some of them lose their powers. That probably happens all the time. But anyway, yes. So anyway, so I am feeling just a little bit woozy, so I need to go get something for myself. But I really appreciate you stopping in, Dino's the Devil. Please stop back tomorrow. I'm going to come back and I'm going to work on this a little bit more. And we're going to see what we can get done. We did finish these couple. I'll just show before the end of my stream. So this one we finished earlier. And this one we finished earlier this week, I should say. So we did pretty good, but I definitely want to do the best I can to try to finish this one, if I can, by tomorrow night. If I can't, then hopefully by Monday night. So anyway, but thank you so much to everyone. If you haven't followed me, please follow me, because I love it. It helps me a lot. So I would really appreciate it if you would consider following me. And I hope that I will see you again soon, okay? Those ice creams look so real. You'll be there. It's tough in this time zone, though. Yeah, I should try to experiment with some later times, because what I'll probably do is take a little break and then come back by QFX. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. And yeah, so I should experiment with some later performances, because if it calls performance, because I am actually painting later anyway a lot of the time. So I will give that a shot and we'll see. But anyway, thank you, QB. Thank you for being my very first subscriber. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And again, I just want this place to be a place where all are welcome, and you're welcome to come and talk about your art and share what you're doing. Of course, Dino's the devil. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you so much. And yeah, just thanks to everyone for putting up with me and my rants and for being here and watching everything. So I really appreciate it. And I'm going to try to raid someone with all y'all while you're in here. So thank you again. Have a wonderful night. I'll see you soon. Okay? Bye-bye.